morning, everyone. I'm Sebirombi Andrew from ANSE Fire Safety for inspection, testing, and maintenance.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eliud Abasa from UHD Group of Companies. We offer supply chain management services, mainly inland container depot services and warehousing and distribution services. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nambasa Jamila. I work with Global Scientific Supplies Limited.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Apio Angela Josephine. I work with World Electronics.
Morning, Michael Bagea. As quality control manager for Pure Africa, I make sure the food that is eaten in oil and gas camps in Bulisa is good. Thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hilda Chintu, City Ambulance. We provide emergency medical evacuation services.
Morning, everyone. Ola Joshua, Contracts Officer for City Ambulance, City Medicals. Like she said, one emergency medical service provider.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ranga Simon from Fire and Safety Appliances Limited. We provide all firefighting services. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Helen Netta. I work with Fadhil International Projects Limited. We deal in printing and publishing. We also do events. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. Hilara Gondeza is my name. I work with Biko Company Limited, and we deal in civil, electrical, and mechanical works. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Isaac Akiza by name. I'm from the sales department at Sifao Motors, formerly known as Toyota Uganda.
We move you places. We sell motor vehicles ranging from saloon cars, small SUVs, big SUVs, trucks, forklifts. So if you're looking for transport solution, we are here to provide you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Sanderson Mugamba from MMR Technologies. We are a logistics and engineering company.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdallah Kakoza from Uganda Airlines.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Ziwa, Uganda Airlines.
Good morning, everyone. Isabella Nabaterega are my names, and I'm from World Electronics Limited. We deal in installation, maintenance, and servicing.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucinda Henry from BTL, Build to Last Construction Services, for all construction needs from concept to completion. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mwetaise Paminas, Procurement Officer, Arrow Center Uganda Limited.
Good morning.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James Walgembe. I work with UNOC, the host of this conference. You're welcome.
Morning, everyone. My name is Angela Mbaho Karisa. I work with UNOC. You're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Herbert Sempogo, team member, UNOC.
Morning, everyone. I'm Phoebe Nanjego from Kamit Energies Uganda, National Content Coordinator. We specialize in NDT services and QA/QC inspections. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Christine Mukasa Mugewa from Equity Bank, Uganda.
Good morning. Anything to do with food? I'm your guy. Asa Sarasam is my name. I'm the Vice President, Uganda Chefs, and also the representative of Uganda Federation for Chefs.
Good morning, Barbara Barungi, Managing Partner, Imara Africa Consulting Services. I operate out of Nigeria, where I was formerly the lead economist in Nigeria for the African Development Bank.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mwesi Guadana from TAN Energy Services Limited. We deal in training of HSE and oil and gas awareness. We also do supplies in NEOS, a software, and we also do supplies in PPE. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Ansel Ochinobwire. I'm the founder and CEO of AnswerWorks. We provide solutions in media, marketing, and also do consultancy. We are specialists in market entry for new entities in Uganda. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is David Bishop. I work for Worley Europe. We are the EPCMC on the ECOP project. We've not yet mobilized into country. I'm the only one here, but you're welcome to come and talk to me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natasha Kasami, and I'm the National Content Capacity Building Lead for ECOP Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. Betty Amongin is my name. Commercial Services, Silver Fleet Limited. We do corporate transportation. We have SUVs. Transportation needs.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Anne Namakula Serunjoji. I'm from Contour Consult Limited. We offer human resource and organization development services.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Emmanuel Kuichiza is my name. I work with Blackwood Hodge Power Services, Business and Operations. We do supply for backup power generators powered by Perkins as FG Wilson brand. So for all those people who need backup power, petrol stations and or other business ventures, we can be of suppliers to you.
Thank you, everyone. Morning, everyone. My name is Yad Joseph, Technical Director, Stock Fire Chief, Fire Magnet. We supply fire services products. We do fight fires. We are located in Reza, Entebbe Road. For any fire business, contact us. We are at your service. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Lutwama Kasule. I'm the manager of Kabale Industrial Park, which is under the Uganda Refinery Holding Company, a subsidiary of Uganda National Oil Company. You're all welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucinia Naume. I'm from Tiger Technical Company. We mainly deal in biogas and renewable energy. We also deal in concrete products, work roads, and also do compound designing. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lloyd Achichoncho, and I'm the head of exploration and new ventures at UNOC.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jeremy Nduru. I head the procurement and logistics section at UNOC.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Bintu Peter Kenneth, Enterprise Development from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda.
Good morning, everyone here. My name is Sarah Birungi Banage. I head the corporate communications at the Uganda National Oil Company. You're very welcome.
Dennis Kamarasi, Coded Welders and Contractors Uganda Limited, and also Vice Chairperson, Uganda Association of Uganda Oil and Gas Services Providers Association.
Okay, thank you very much. But there's one person there you could actually ask to introduce himself. Jimmy, you finished? Okay. Okay, you are not in the room. I was not in the room. I apologize for that because I didn't hear you speak. Now we get the hotel to give us a safety moment, and after which we call upon Malaria Free Uganda to give us another safety moment. The one for the hotel is about the environment, and the one for Malaria Free Uganda is for us as we are working in the fields.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear guests. Yeah, well, it was a very good gesture to begin with everyone introducing himself. Who knows, your neighbor could be a very good turning point in your life. I heard of many contacts. Thank you very much for that. Others, I welcome you at Sheraton, one of the safest hotels in Kampala. Every September happens to be our safety month of the year. So we have different activities. Today, just for your information, we shall be having a fire drill at around 2. I believe by that time, this session, you'll be having lunch. So when you hear any fire alarms go off, that will be a fire drill conducted by us. But in case it turns out to be a real fire, still we have our PA system in this room and in the whole building. We are able to communicate an evacuation message. Our assembly point is in the gardens as you come in at the main gate, just for your information. And the emergency exits for this room are the ones on my right with the green signage for an emergency. We have our places for convenience just on your left as you go out of this room. You go downstairs, you'll help yourself. We also have a staff clinic on property, so in case of any health situation that may require that, please don't hesitate getting in touch with us and we shall assist. We also have a K9 at the main gate. In case of any abandoned package, please do not touch. Just move as far as possible where you can't see it. If you can see it, you're still in danger. So our dog can be called in and it will take charge. Unless there are any questions, I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite the board chair of Malaria Free Uganda to come and give us a safety moment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenneth Mugisha, Board Chairman, Malaria Free Uganda under the Ministry of Health. which was started when the African leaders, under the African Leaders Malaria Alliance, committed in having Africa being malaria-free by the year 2030. I'm so happy that UNOC has given us an opportunity to come and share the malaria burden in Uganda. And since you're big stakeholders in the oil and gas sector, we believe Bunyoro is part of the high burden malaria districts in Uganda, which is a very big concern to each and every one of you. And that is the reason why we are here, to tell you a story about malaria-free Uganda and how we can work together in saving lives. Malaria-free Uganda was started by the Minister of Health, who launched a campaign in leading Uganda to be malaria-free. And as you're aware, malaria-free population is a key driver for economic development. Looking at the slide, you can see the distribution of malaria cases by country. And Uganda is the third contributor to the global malaria cases. And you can see that in 2020, we had over 16 million cases. 2021, it went a little bit down. As I speak today, it has surpassed even that number of 2021, which is a very big cause of concern because of climate change, which has brought an upsurge in malaria cases, that we're looking at the children below the age of 5 as being the biggest affected in our population, but now adults are highly affected, and we've seen so many cases of death. So you can see that 40% of our outpatient visits and 35% of hospital admissions, and killing, it was 16, but as of today, because figures have changed, now we are losing a coaster, and that is a bus which carries over 30 people every day because of malaria. Compare that to COVID. We never had those cases even in COVID. But this one is happening every day. So Uganda, again, is the 5th contributor to the global malaria deaths. So you can see how big malaria is in our country. So Uganda Malaria Reduction and Elimination Strategic Plan is in place at the National Malaria Control Division at the Ministry of Health. And you can see that our goal is to reduce malaria cases by 50% and deaths by 75% by 2025 to lead us to 2030, Uganda being malaria-free. And we've had a case in Tunisia where for them they have fought it now and it is at 0. As I said, malaria cases are increasing, and government is having a call into action by organizations and stakeholders like you to make sure that we reduce this by this far. So we need to address this trend by mainstreaming interventions, which must be covered, and address the shortage of finances to fully fund the malaria response. We all know the economic loss malaria has on our country, and when you look at the slide, you can look and see how much we spend every year as Africa. US dollars, 12 billion every year. 12 billion, that is huge because of malaria. And our annual economic loss as Uganda is over $500 million every year. That is 1.76 trillion due to treatment costs and work time lost. Malaria control efforts are proven return on investment. And when we look at businesses, you can see the effect that the efficiency of our staff at our places, because either them or their families, you cannot work and concentrate in your office when your child is at home suffering from malaria. And You can see that also the worst case scenario is death leading to compensation. I know we have so many insurers here, but we are not talking about you losing business, but we are talking that corporates spend a lot of money, and most of it goes to treating malaria cases every day. And who are we? You can see that we were launched during 2020, and that was during COVID, as a private-public partnership established to support the National Malaria Control Division by removing operational bottlenecks and resource gaps. We are managed by an independent board of directors, and we are supported by an administrative secretariat. We have Aubrey Agaba, who is with us here. And we always organize quarterly meetings, we've organized partnerships, and that is the board of Malaria Free Uganda. Our host this morning, Prosi Nabanja, the CEO of UNOC, is part of the board of Malaria Free Uganda. Fabian Kasi, the CEO of Centenary Bank. We have Jarova Lillian, the CEO of Uganda Tourism Board, because you know the mosquitoes can prevent tourists from visiting our countries, and it is such a beautiful country. We have Juliet Chokunda, we have Dr. Bildad Baguma, the CEO of Joint Medical Stores. We have Solomon Osia from Pilgrim Africa, an organization in the fight against malaria. We have Engineer Harrison Mutikanga, the CEO of Uganda Transmission Company. We have Grace Mulisa, the CEO of EcoBank. And I'll talk about EcoBank when we talk about partnerships. They have already deposited $120,000 on our account to kickstart this fund. We have Dr. Patrick Vitature from Simba Group of Companies. And we have Sylvia Arinitwe, the Deputy Managing Director of National Water and Sewerage Corporation. And how we work, that each quarter, the National Malaria Control Division presents to the Board of Directors on the status of malaria control and the gaps and bottlenecks that it faces in implementing the National Malaria Strategic Plan. And most of the time, the budget at the Ministry of Health is underfunded, and that is the reason why we need the private sector to come in the fight against malaria. The members of the board engage their respective sectors to mobilize commitments to address the gaps and bottlenecks. We are in charge of resource mobilization to provide in-kind and financial resources to address the budget gaps. We also do a lot of advocacy. During COVID, we ran a campaign where we are telling the masses that the mosquito was not under quarantine. For us, we are quarantined, but the mosquito wasn't under quarantine. It continued to come and create havocs where even the poor could not have resources to take their families to hospitals. So we support also the implementation of the National Strategic Plan to remove operational barriers. The board reviews the status of commitments and quarterly and hold each other mutually accountable. We can see that scoreboard, which shows how the National Malaria Control Division working with us show how the burden is shared across Uganda. Those are part of the ongoing private sector engagement. We have quite a number who have committed and have supported us during our drives, either during advocacy or supporting the Ministry of Health under the National Malaria Control Division. Those are the opportunities for collaboration and coordination, because we have to protect the employees. Being in Bunyoro, and for your information, malaria has a relation or correlation with poverty. And if you look at the areas and the districts in Uganda where we have the high malaria burden, it is districts in Uganda where the high poverty levels. And Bunyoro, unfortunately, has been part of those 40 districts. And that is where your business is going to run. That is where the big transactions are going to take place. We need you to be safe, but you need to safeguard the communities around you as part of your CSR campaign. So we must continue raising funds to meet the budget gap through the Malaria Free Uganda program. And we must incorporate in your budget to adopt malaria prevention activities as a way of the strategies we are going to lead Uganda into a malaria-free country. And that is a message coming from one of our board members, Prosi, and she's reminding you about the vulnerability of our children and why we can change the status quo in our country. We are having a carnival as a way of resource mobilization for Malaria-Free Uganda, which is going to take place at Las Vegas Gardens, bringing several stakeholders and Rotarians in Uganda, because Rotarians, part of their areas of focus is disease prevention and treatment. I am a Rotarian myself and a past district governor of Rotary, having led Rotary in Uganda and Tanzania. I sit at the international board, and I also serve at Rotary International, and I'm in charge of membership growth of Rotary on the entire African continent. So we are using Rotary to rally masses as part of our campaign to see as many lives saved in our country. And we must create that environment where we believe everyone is going to live and where everyone, even the poor, deserve to live in this country. The team from Nigeria, and if I look at that board, thank you so much. Malaria is also big in Nigeria, but we must work together. Coming to Uganda, we must know that Africans, we must solve our solutions as Africans. No one is going to do that, and we must dig deep in our pockets in announcing Africa being malaria-free. But now we start in Uganda, where you are today, to welcome you and to involve you in part of your planning process to support a Malaria-Free Uganda Fund, and that is the only way we are going to live well, and we are going to save as many lives as possible. My call to action this morning is that each and every one of you in Uganda, either your families or yourselves, you've been affected by this high burden of malaria. Climate change brings breeding for that Anopheles mosquito, and today we have seen so many absenteeism, either from our workplaces, and we are seeing so many deaths. It is time for us to work together and to mobilize resources within our organizations and ourselves as we pronounce Uganda malaria-free. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best.
Thank you very much, Chair, for those powerful pieces of advice. And right now, if you feel like standing up, you can stand up. We are going marathon today up to lunchtime, so feel free to walk out, to stand up, to do anything. And at this moment, I would like to call UNOC to give opening remarks.
A very warm welcome to everyone here, ladies and gentlemen. The representatives from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, representatives from Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, PETAN, the keynote presenter from the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, representatives from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, our joint venture partners, representatives from Equity Bank, representatives from Stanbic Incubator, representatives from the Malaria Free Board, led by their chairman, all suppliers present, all dignitaries present, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. As I introduced myself, my name is Lloyd Achichoncho, and I am the head of exploration and new ventures at the Uganda National Oil Company. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the board of directors, the chief executive officer, and the executive team at the Uganda National Oil Company. On behalf of the Uganda National Oil Company, I warmly welcome you to this workshop that is focused on opportunities for Uganda suppliers beyond the 16 ring-fenced services. On a quarterly basis, UNOC is required to hold a supplier development workshop, and the aim is to disseminate information to its suppliers regarding projects and opportunities available for them for the supply of goods and services, as well as to develop their capacity to grow in the supply of goods and services required for the oil and gas sector. Basing on that fact, Uganda oil and gas sector is a nascent sector in the country. We requested for support from those who are ahead of us in this sector to share with us their experiences so that we can learn and avoid making the same mistakes they made, and they happily accepted to support us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to host and co-facilitate this workshop with the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, PETAN, an association of Nigerian indigenous technical oil field service companies in the upstream and the downstream sectors of the industry. On behalf of UNOC and all of us, we would like to recognize and appreciate Mr. Nicholas Odiniwe, the chairman of PETAN, Mr. Ranti Omoli, the vice chairman of PETAN, for all the support they have given to us for this workshop. We are grateful to PETAN for allowing the Ugandan suppliers to attend the Sub-Saharan Africa International Petroleum Exhibition and Conference, that is SIPEC, that was held this year in February 2022 in Lagos at reduced participation rates. We had 7 Ugandan suppliers travel with us this year, and we believe more Ugandan suppliers will be interested to come to SIPEC 2023. SIPEC provides an opportunity for suppliers for exposure and network to enhance their ability to participate in the oil and gas sector. We also appreciate the SIPEC Awards to UNOC as won the Breakthrough National Oil Company of the year 2022, and to our CEO for the CEO of the year 2022. Let us give them a big hand of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to request Mr. Nicholas Odiniwe and Mr. Ranti Omoli and the Nigerian delegation to stand up for recognition. Thank you, PETAN team. The purpose of this workshop is to disseminate information on the opportunities for Ugandan suppliers beyond the 16 ring-fenced services. Number 2 is to share experiences from the Nigerians on how they managed to tap into the oil and gas value chain to supply more technologically advanced goods and services to the sector. 3 is to share strategies Ugandan companies can employ to elevate to the supply of core goods and services in the oil and gas sector. And number 4 is to provide an opportunity for business-to-business engagements with local and international companies that have been attending the just concluded International Oil and Gas Summit. At this moment, I would like to appreciate the global event partners and Beautiful Engineering, the organizers and hosts of the Uganda International Oil and Gas Summit that was concluded yesterday, for the support accorded to Ugandan suppliers to participate in the 2-day conference at reduced rates and to ensure Ugandans benefit from the highly valuable conference. Indeed, we achieved great value from the summit. To efficiently and effectively support Ugandan companies to participate and acquire knowledge from the horse's mouth, PITAN has brought to Uganda a seasoned professional, all the way from Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board, to share his wisdom with Ugandan suppliers on how Nigerian nationals were supported to tap into the supply of technologically advanced goods and services required for the sector. Mr. Halilu Abdul Malik Usman, General Manager, Research and Statistics at the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, we are happy to have you here with us. Mr. Halilu was the pioneer head of strategy and policy development in the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board and played key roles in the conceptualization of key initiatives of the board, such as the Nigerian Oil and Gas Park Scheme, Equipment Component Manufacturing Initiative, Marine Vessel Strategy and Nigerian Content Fund, among others. He is a member of the Nigerian Institute of Project Management. He's a member of the Project Management Institute, USA, and International Facility Management Association. A change management professional and certified project management professional. He has been a teaching instructor at the Center for Professional Development, St. Charles, Chicago, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to request Mr. Halilu Abdul Malik Usman to stand up for recognition. Section 4.2.1 of the National Content Policy for the Uganda Petroleum Sector mandates the Uganda National Oil Company to develop in-depth local expertise in the oil and gas subsector, to promote and participate in joint venture initiatives in the oil and gas subsector, to develop the capacity of Ugandan citizens and enterprises in the oil and gas subsector, and to champion initiatives that support the growth of community contractors and enable them to provide services and materials to the oil and gas industry. To achieve its national content mandate, UNOC wishes to partner with PITAN to promote national content through Operation Service Capacity with a focus on providing oil field services. This will establish the partnership with international service providers in specialized disciplines to bring technological expertise and knowledge sharing between UNOC and its partners. PITAN will be a great platform to support the development of oil field services in Uganda. UNOC is also planning to carry out a study to understand how suppliers can be empowered and supported to participate in the oil and gas activities. This information will come from you, the suppliers that we have today in this workshop, and we kindly request you to be honest and participate to allow UNOC acquire accurate information that can be used to develop the interventions. We expect this study to be implemented in the next quarter. In line with UNOC's vision, which is advancing with efforts to become an innovative and profitable company that operates across the petroleum value chain for the benefit of Uganda. And our mission is to drive sustainable growth of the oil and gas sector through strategic partnerships and championing national participation. Our growth strategy takes advantage of the scale and expertise across each of our value chain business lines. Across all our operations, we are committed to maintaining a safe work environment with highly experienced staff enriched with diversity and characterized by integrity and teamwork. The ultimate objective of UNOC is to maximize value for our shareholders and ensure value generation from the investments that we make. And as such, both profitability and growth will be vital for UNOC to be successful and remain attractive in the oil and gas business. We are working in partnership with our joint venture partners across the value chain to progress development of the upstream, midstream, and downstream project to generate value for the country. We look forward to your full participation, and we request you to feel free to ask any questions because they are vital to the development of all Ugandans. And at this moment, allow me to invite PITAN Chairman, Mr. Nicholas Odinue, to give us his opening remarks. Thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country.
Use this one. Just put on there. That's okay. No, it's okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I bring the warm greetings of the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria. We have been here for the last few days, and most of us don't feel like going back to Nigeria. I like to stand on the protocol already established, as it will be difficult for me to remember all the agencies that were earlier described by the previous speaker. So please permit me. If you permit me, tell me yes. Thank you very much. PETAN is an association of leading indigenous technical service companies in the upstream, midstream, and downstream sector of the Nigerian economy. Formed in 1990, the association was created to bring together
the Nigerian oil and gas entrepreneurs to create forum for exchange of ideas with major operators, industry stakeholders, and policymakers. Since inception, our growth path and our mantra has been to promote the development of the industry through participation of our people in both local and international conferences, seminars, workshops, and creating opportunities for Nigerian companies to project themselves in a competitive industry. In collaboration with our stakeholders, such as OPTS, these are operators, international operators in Nigeria. Sometimes some of these acronyms are different. It depends on where you are. These are the international oil companies in Nigeria. They belong to the Lagos Chamber of Commerce. These are the people who actually, like you say here, are the tier one and partners of our own NNPC. The national oil companies and our own NNPC Limited that have just undergone a serious revamping and change. The National Assembly and the Nigerian Content and Monitoring Board, the NCDMB. So PETAN has grown over the years to be a leader in the enactment and implementation of local content laws. PETAN membership comprises over 100 serious-minded service companies. And we are involved in the entire value chain of the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the oil industry in Nigeria. It will interest you to know, because of our efforts, joint efforts in collaborating, PETAN is on the board of several international organizations. The NCDMB, the Nigerian Content and Monitoring Board, where as a PETAN chairman, you sit as a governing council member, and you are there to help shape decisions that affect the suppliers, the industry. Recently, because of our visibility as PETAN, we are now on the board of the Welding Federation of Africa. We will, as a Welding Federation, be visiting Uganda next month, as advertised. PETAN is currently leading the discourse on local content in Africa through partnerships with related associations, such as the ACLM in Mozambique, the ATOGs in Tanzania. We hope to continue to partner with the several service providers in Uganda, and we are working seriously to make sure that we harmonize all different associations currently fighting among themselves without trying to collaborate for the good of all service providers. Now, the objective of PETAN includes to acquire, develop, advance, promote petroleum technology for the benefit of Nigerians. That has changed following our strategy about 2 months ago. To foster, cooperate, as well as high ethical standards among indigenous technical oil service companies, to monitor, work, improve the performance and quality of service rendered by member companies, to ensure and encourage fair patronage of member companies by the oil-producing companies in Nigeria, to liaise with government on matters affecting the interests of registered members, to educate and advise government and its agencies on development in the oil service sector of the Nigerian economy, to promote the economic well-being and social welfare of the oil field environment and the larger society, to embark on and promote research and development in the oil service sector. Now, our focus as PETAN has always been advocacy, research and statistics, certification, standards. Let me pause to tell you about this. As PETAN, we have developed what they call the quality certification for our members to be sure that we continue to be competitive at all times, so that once standards are changed anywhere in the world, be sure that PETAN member companies are already on top of the game. And that's why we have PETAN members working across the globe. Events, energy excellence. What have we achieved in this long run? One of the achievements we've had was working with the NNPC and other stakeholders in the early 90s to achieve 70% local content value in the provision of material, services, equipment to the local oil and gas industry by 2010. To create an economic engine for growth, driving employment, wealth creation, improve the linkage between oil and gas in Nigeria, the industry, as well as other sectors of our economy. Today, with the advent of the Petroleum Industry Act, for which we actively participated, and the robust implementation of the NOGIC Act, which is currently being reviewed, we have worked with all to change the story for better. Total job retention in country now stands at over 42%, and the local content NCDMB agency has set its target to the total in-country retention to 77% by 2027, 5 years or thereabout from today. And I'm sure it will be achieved. Experience and our capabilities. We have over the years developed and positioned ourselves to take on an executive project of various types in the industry. To this end, we are categorized in PETAN in groups called Technology Interest Group. For us, the acronym is TIG. There are over 13 TIGs in our system as PETAN, and I encourage our local suppliers here to think of having such interest group created for yourself. That way, it is better you don't outbid yourself. When you outbid yourself, you get poorer. What is our outlook as PETAN? Given the urgent need to create a favorable business atmosphere, driven by workable trade and investment policies across Africa, local content development strategy is seen as rapidly becoming strategic management tool to address the challenge. The focus of PETAN is to leverage its experience and capability to take local content strategy and implementation to other African countries in collaboration with international local content stakeholders. Creation and implementation of local content policies in African countries is expected to revamp indigenous participation in oil and gas to a remarkable degree. This move is also expected to create opportunities for African indigenous companies, capacity and capability to the world through a varying degree of partnerships. We hope, in conclusion, we'd like to implore all of us here today, just like the previous speaker said, be open, speak your mind, and say what has been bothering you. That way, it is easier for the regulator and the National Oil Company of Uganda to be able to know the steps to take to make sure you achieve the greater goal for Uganda and for yourself. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nick. I think you have heard both from UNOC and Peyton that really what we are here for is to go beyond the 16 services, and also the key word of not out-competing each other, because if you do so, you remain what? Did you hear? What did Chairman Peyton say? If we keep on out-competing ourselves, we'll remain poor. So it is important that we work together, and to me that is a key lesson. Before we call upon Petroleum Authority, can we rise up and stretch a bit? So, Sarah, can you give us an exercise? Yeah, so I hope everybody has stretched. I was telling Sarah to give us an exercise. She's seated right there with a big red flower. Thank you, Sarah, for that. We are having a marathon because it is a half-day presentation, but kindly feel free to walk away, to go have another cup of coffee, to stand on the side so you do not block other people's views. And at this moment, we're calling upon the Petroleum Authority. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, to hear what they have to tell us. What else is still there for us? PAU.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm Bintu Peter Kenneth. I'm representing the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and I bring you greetings from Executive Director and Management Team. We're going to have a brief presentation that will mainly cover the status of the sector and the opportunities that exist as we go through. As we start this presentation, I'm going to take us through briefly what the institutional framework is for Uganda's oil and gas sector. I request someone to help me with the slides, to move them along to the next one. So there are three main players in Uganda's oil and gas government structure, where we have the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, which is responsible for mainly the policy formulation, investment promotion, and also the licensing. Then UNOC, which is the reason we are here today, moves forward the country's commercial interests and creates joint ventures across the petroleum value chain. And the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, our role is mainly to regulate and monitor the upstream and midstream sectors and really ensure that there's compliance across the petroleum operations. And in the next slides, we'll be able to see how we are doing that. Now, the key status of the sector in regards to what are the figures behind the resources. As Uganda, we have been able to have 21 oil and gas discoveries so far. Our success rate in regards to drilling is one of the highest in the world. We have a drilling success rate of 88%. The global average is about 21%, so we are doing quite well. We have so far discovered 6.5 million barrels of oil. Out of these, 1.4 billion is recoverable with the available technologies. We have issued 9 production licenses over the 14 fields to UNOC, Total, and UNOC. And we have 3 exploration licenses that are being run by Ama Energy and Oranto Petroleum. 5 blocks have been offered for a second licensing ground. And as we speak of now, 85% of the Albertine Graben is still unlicensed. So the 21 discoveries are from the 15% that has been licensed. Then we have 2 upstream development projects which hope to produce 230,000 barrels per day at peak production, with Tilenga producing 190,000 barrels and Kingfisher doing 40,000 barrels. In regards to the midstream, we have ECOP, which is 1,443 kilometers, which will run from Hoima to Tanga. And then a refinery which will be refining 60,000 barrels per day of the 230 that we hope to produce. Now, in terms of the investment outlook, during the course of 2021, by end of 2021, over 3.8 billion had been spent within Uganda's oil and gas sector. So there's significant investment in the sector. And we hope to have 15 billion invested over the next 5 years. So as an enterprise, this is really a period for you to position yourself and see how do you participate. And an additional 40 billion, we hope, will be invested over the next 25 years in regards to operation and maintenance of the oil fields and the other infrastructure. So just in 2022 so far, we have had about $3 billion, and we hope to get first oil by 2025. That's still the target we are working with. Now, in regards to the legal framework for our national content, we have a number of laws that have been put in place to ensure that our interests as Ugandans are protected and that there's a guide which we follow in terms of regulating the sector. And these are the National Oil and Gas Policy, then the Petroleum Exploration, Development and Production Act of 2013, and then the Petroleum Act for Refining, Conversion, Transmission and Midstream, still 2013, then the Petroleum Regulations of 2016, and then, so these are the regulations which guide how we operate in the sector. And as an enterprise, I've seen many enterprises lose out on business because they are not aware of the guiding laws and regulations that we have to follow. Now, in regards to national content and enhancing national participation, there are a number of avenues that we have taken on as a Petroleum Authority to try to see that we maximize value from the sector. And we have organized this in regards to different pillars. And one of the pillars is through the employment of Ugandans. Now, in ensuring that Ugandans are employed in the sector, there's a certain minimum percentage that is recommended for companies that come into Uganda. And we recommend that at least 70% of the employees be Ugandans. And of that, 30% of the management staff should ideally be Ugandan. And we do this through, we've developed a work permit system which we use to monitor work permit applications, so that work permits are issued to professionals or expatriates where there's really evidence that those skills and knowledge are not available in country. And then also we ensure that there's a nationalization plan whereby the expatriates that come in country will pass on these skills and knowledge that they have. We've also created a national oil and gas talent register where Ugandans who are interested in working in the sector can register, upload the qualifications and experience so that the different players in the sector who are looking for talent can be able to easily find them. And then we also have quarterly national human resource reports from the different joint venture partners where we look at who are the people who are employed in the sector and what are they doing. And the nationalization plans which ensure there is knowledge transfer. Then there's also the skilling and training of Ugandans to ensure that we have the relevant skills and knowledge to be able to participate in the sector. This is a relatively new area for us as a country, but we have been able to ensure that there are skills development dialogues where we bring different players and see what are the different skills that are needed in country and then develop strategies to ensure that we grow these skills. Then we also have continuously engaged with the National Council for Higher Education to see that the curriculums for the oil courses that are being developed are relevant to the sector, and that there have been partnerships with the universities where we continuously engage and do mentorships for the different students who are coming through. And also in regards to this area, we also approve annual training plans of oil companies. Then in regards to the ensuring that enterprises are developed and get into a position where they can be able to supply the sector, offer the relevant quality and requirements for the sector, we have a project which is going to empower about 200 enterprises across the 10 ECOP districts. This is funded by the Africa Development Bank. And then on a quarterly basis, each of the different players is required to have a supplier development workshop. And we also organize national content conferences, conventions, and meetings. Now, during these, we try to share with you the upcoming opportunities. Where, as a business, can you strategize and focus? What can you do to ensure that you participate in the upcoming opportunities? So I encourage you, whenever there's an event where there's a supplier development workshop, please, if you have time, please make time and be there so that you get to appreciate what is coming, and then you can be able to plan for it. Then we've also been advocating for the establishment of a national content fund. Funding is one of the biggest challenges for Ugandan enterprises in regards to participating, because the scale of the opportunities that we are looking at now are much bigger in terms of the financial requirements than what we have been accustomed to. So we want to have a national content fund in place so that it can avail enterprises with opportunities with affordable financing. Then it is also critical that for the oil and gas sector, standards are a critical element. And we disseminate the required standards across the oil and gas sector, and for this we work together with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards to ensure that enterprises know of the required standards, because the sector won't come and reduce the standards to come to our level. We have to up our game and be able to meet the required standards. Then we also have regular engagements with different potential suppliers to guide them on what they need to do in order to participate in Uganda's oil and gas sector. Then we also have an element where we look at utilization of Ugandan goods and services. In ensuring that priority is given to goods available in country, we continuously review bid evaluation reports and contracts and ensure that the awards are going to the people who are going to give us the most value in regards to national content. Now, in regards to the law, there is an element whereby if the difference between the financial evaluation scores between the first and the second competitors is less than 5%, the contract will be awarded to the next best person if they have a higher national content score. And in regards to bidding, national content contributes to 10% of every bid in the oil and gas sector. So as Ugandan enterprises, this is a great opportunity because the government was willing to forego 5% of the value on contracts to ensure that if you have a higher national content score, then you get the contract. Then we also review the procurement plans and ensure that the procurements for goods and services that can be obtained in country is actually focused on getting it in country. Then we've also conducted studies like a fabrication assessment, capacity assessment to see what is the capacity of our Ugandan enterprises to be able to undertake the fabrication works. And we are also doing another Albertine capacity assessment to see what are the areas where our businesses in the Albertine Graben can be able to participate in the sector so that we also enhance not just national content, but we also promote community content. And we've developed a community content strategy as well to focus on developing the capacity of enterprises that are working in the areas in which we work. Then we also are looking at benefiting Ugandan enterprises through technology and knowledge transfer. Now, like I said, this is a new sector for us, but we are encouraging Ugandan enterprises to get into joint ventures. And the law has been very supportive in this area because when we are looking at the joint ventures, the Ugandan partner has to have at least a 48% participating stake in the joint venture. That way they also do a significant scope of the work and are able to learn and get the relevant skills and technology to be able to do this going forward. Then we've also been able to partner with universities and international organizations so that we can be able to access the latest software and technology that is being used in the sector so that the students that are coming through the universities in these courses have access to this software and are able to be productive as soon as they get into the job market. Then we also look at and approve the technology transfer plans that are presented by the oil companies. And we are also developing a domiciliation strategy whereby some of the service companies can be encouraged to set up in country so that we can be able to see more value coming into the country through creation of jobs and additional linkages. Now, what are some of the opportunities that are going to come up as a result of these developments happening in the sector? Now, the key drivers for the opportunities are that contracts are now being issued by the oil companies, and we are seeing a lot of procurement across the different tiers, from tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And because there's going to be the construction phase going on for the next 3 to 4 years, there's going to be a lot of opportunities, and we hope to see about 11,000 to 15,000 people in the different camps that are going to be operating. And then we are going to see over 100,000 people in the operational areas in the Albertine Graben as well as along the pipeline route. So over the next 3 to 4 years, we hope to see over 1 million people doing different activities within the Albertine Graben. So if you're an enterprise here, these are some of the things that should inform how you're going to invest and position yourself. And then also you look at the 25-year post-construction initiatives that are going to be done by the companies to maintain the different infrastructure that has been set off. And there is also a new round of exploration projects that are coming up. Like I said, there are 5 blocks which are being licensed, the second licensing round. Then there's also a lot of development in regards to supporting infrastructure, like the airport, the oil roads, power being brought closer. So now the places that seemed like they were very remote have become accessible. So the opportunities are really opening up. The 1 million people that are going to be in and out of the Albertine Graben will need areas where they can stay, they'll need food. So all these are the key drivers for the opportunities. And the opportunities are not just in the oil and gas sector, but also the different linked sectors of the economy will also develop alongside the oil and gas sector. Now, what are some of the opportunities? In regards to employment, we hope to see about 160,000 jobs being created. Now, out of these, 14,000 will be direct. That is people like myself who are directly employed by the oil and gas sector companies, either through regulation or in UNOC or Total. The direct jobs will be about 14,000. Then we hope to see about 42,700 indirect jobs. Now, those are from people who supply the sector. The employees who you will hire as a result of the oil and gas opportunities that have come on board. We hope to see about 42,700 jobs. And then there are induced jobs which are going to result from the increased activity in the sector, and those will be 105,000 jobs. Now, these are people who are going to be employed because there's going to be an increased demand for quality services, so the other sectors are going to grow alongside the oil and gas sector. And those are going to create about 105,000 jobs. So this sector is going to drive development across, and the opportunities will grow. Now, when we look at where are we at as at the moment? As at end of June 2022, we had about 5,372 persons employed within the oil and gas sector. These are the direct employment. And of that, 95% are Ugandan. So 5,106 employees employed in the sector are actually Ugandans. Then 389 persons out of the 4,878 contractor and subcontractor employment. Those are from the local communities. So the opportunities for jobs are not just being created at national level, but also the communities are getting some of these jobs, and we are seeing an increase in that, and we are also pushing to see that there's more community benefit through creation of local jobs. Now, in regards to training opportunities, there are a number of partnering engagements we've get into with training institutions. Now, some of these are the numbers of skilled workers who we need. So across areas like engineering, the technicians, then the level 2, trades and crafts, and then level 1. Now, as a country, we have had a lot of focus on the formal employment, and there's been not so much focus on the technician areas. But as you can see here, there's a lot of opportunities for technicians, the level 2 trade crafts, and a number of initiatives are being done to see that we skill people in these areas, because these are some of the critical jobs that will be needed. And we need to create the manpower, the skilled manpower, so that these jobs do not go out of the country. Now, in regards to the contracting and provision of goods and services for the sector, the oil and gas sector works through a lot of contract, an EPC provider, and then they also subcontract. So for most of the things, you'll see that you have tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And someone may be wondering, what is tier 1, what's tier 2? Now, tier 1 are the contracts that are given directly by the oil and gas companies. So for example, Total, CNOC, UNOC, the people who will be providing services directly to these entities are the tier 1 providers. Now, usually, tier 1 contracts are highly complex and a bit specialized. They require significant capital requirements. And at times, we may be limited by the capacity for certain scopes. And these are directly contracted by the oil companies. However, in that scope that they get, they have an opportunity to subcontract some of that work. Now at tier 2, you'll have moderate complexity, relatively lower capital requirements, and then these are contracted by now the tier 1s. The people who got contracts from Total, from UNOC, will also subcontract. Now, even those, some of them are really big, and there's still an opportunity for subcontracts. Now, tier 3 is usually lower level complexity, reasonable capital requirements, and now these are contracted by the tier 2s. Now, a lot of the opportunities for Ugandans are tier 2 and tier 3. However, we have Ugandan companies that are participating at tier 1. And as we go on, we'll see what are some of the areas where you can target. Now, some of the key players, key tier 1 players, for upstream, there's COSU. I know they have representation here, Schlumberger, McDermott, Sinopec, Excel Construction, Water Angel, Xlog, EnviroServe. Now, these are companies that have gotten tier 1 contracts. And then for ECOP, there's Wally, who is represented here, Schneider Electric, Bolloré, CPP. Now, these are companies that have opportunities to subcontract. So if you're an enterprise and you're looking for opportunities, these are some of the players who you need to continuously look out for when they are looking for people to provide certain scopes of the work that they've been given. Now, so far, contracts worth 6.8 billion for Tilenga and ECO projects have been submitted to the PAU for us to review and approve. In these contracts, the national content commitments to Ugandan companies are about 25%, worth about 1.6 billion. So in the contracts of each of the major tier 1s, they usually commit to certain scopes that will be subcontracted to Ugandans. And of that, so far, 1.6 billion has been committed to national content, and this is significant. However, this will rise because even at the tier 2 levels, there'll be more subcontracting to Ugandan enterprises. Now, here we are encouraging Ugandan enterprises to try and do joint ventures, especially since we are looking at opportunities beyond the ring-fenced services. If you want to go into a technical area, but you may not have experience, get into a joint venture with an experienced partner so that you can be able to now bid and participate in these works. As you do work alongside the experienced players, you're able to pick up the skills and knowledge that you need, as well as the experience you need for future bids. And also, we have a national supplier database which ensures that it offers you visibility to the different registered companies. So if you're looking for a partner, you can be able to go into the national supplier database qualified list and see who are the people who are in the space in which you want to look for a partner. And you'll be able to get that kind of visibility. Now, in regards to the current status of some of the contracts that have been issued, we have been able to issue out contracts that relate to access roads, the industrial site preparation, mud logging, electrical, wellheads and associated services, waste management, up and lower completion. Now, all these, their bid evaluation reports have actually been approved, and thus they are moving on to do the actual complete the procurement process. So all these are areas where you have opportunities. When it comes to ECOP, you already have heard from the EPCM. Thermal installation has also been approved. Their bid evaluation report. Client pipe supply has been approved. The main logistics contractor has also been approved. And for ECOP, they have a website where they are putting all their different successful suppliers. So you can be able to take time and see where the opportunities, and then you reach out to these different companies and see what you can be able to do for them. Similarly, for Kingfisher, well pad preparation, civil works, installation of the permanent camp and supply base, drilling conductor pipes, construction supervision, casing and tubing, screens and blank pipes. So also all these have been reviewed and approved. Then in regards to some of the subcontracting opportunities, now when it comes to, for example, construction of resettlement houses, there's subcontracting opportunities for insurance, offering the landfill services, civil works, providing fuel, medical services for the employees who are going to do the construction, catering, accommodation services. So in each of these contracts that are reviewed and approved and given to the subcontractors, there's a lot of opportunity for a Ugandan firm that is looking for a subcontract. Because a lot of, when a person gets a contract, there are a number of areas that they can be able to subcontract out, and that would be the area of interest for most of us who are looking for opportunities as Ugandans. So you need to interest yourselves in seeing, for the different things that are issued out, the areas that they are looking at subcontracting, is there an opportunity for me? If I'm a car rental, they'll need transport, they'll need accommodation for their staff, they'll need meals, quality meals. So for each of these, there's a lot of opportunity for civil works, given the nature of work, electrical and instrumentation, a lot of opportunities for transport and logistics. And also when we talk of joint ventures, sometimes they don't have to be with an international party. We've seen Ugandan companies come into a consortium to augment their skills and experience so that then they can be able to compete. Because this is a time when there's a lot of opportunity. So we should have a mindset of collaboration rather than competition. So we need to see what are the opportunities for us to collaborate, because you'd rather, in regards to the scope, these are much bigger. So you'd rather have a small piece of a very big pie than nothing of the whole of it. Then, in regards to dissemination of the opportunities, we've requested that all the key procurements be advertised in national media, as well as on the different websites. So you need to have your procurement teams continuously looking out in the national media to see which opportunities have been advertised and how do we participate. And then also in the national supplier database, we try to ensure that we upload these different opportunities that come through from the companies so that you're always kept abreast of what are the opportunities that are there, and then you see what can be, where can you be able to participate. Then in regards to our national content achievement so far, in utilization of Ugandan goods and services, in the last 5 years so far, 90% of the procurements have gone to Ugandan companies. That's about 1.2 billion out of the 1.35 that has been spent. And 73% of the companies involved in supplying the sector have been Ugandan companies. Now, and of that, close to $1 million has gone to community through provision of goods and services. So as you see, we had, in regards to the total value of contracts and the value of contracts that has gone to Ugandan companies, in the previous year, from 2017 to 2020, the numbers were not very big, but 2021, we've seen a very big jump. And this corresponds to the increase in the activities. We are hoping that this is going to grow much more in 2022 to 2025. But we need to ensure that the people in this room, the different Ugandan suppliers, that we participate and take on these opportunities. Because these are opportunities that come once in a lifetime, and we are blessed that we are here to participate. Now, in regards to enterprise development, what are some of the opportunities? There are a number of initiatives that have been taken forward to try and skill the different Ugandan enterprises. So apart from just looking for opportunities, there are also opportunities where enterprises are being supported to get certified and to have your staff trained. So when you see those opportunities, please also participate in them, apply and get certified, because it boosts your profile as you bid for business. Now, there's an industrial enhancement center that is being set up where we hope to see a lot of certifications being done for enterprises. Then we are also implementing the MSME project with the Africa Development Bank, which is looking at the ECOP particularly. We are starting training a minimum of about 25 enterprises per ECOP district. We are starting on October 3rd, that's next week, and we'll go through the 10 ECOP districts. Then there are continuously these supplier development workshops and conferences, which you have to try and ensure that you attend and participate, because you get to know a lot of knowledge, you get to appreciate a lot of things on the sector, but also to engage with different potential partners as well as potential suppliers. And then, where possible, do joint venture partnerships so that you enhance your ability to participate in the sector. Now, like I said, we have some opportunities for linkages. Now, when it comes to, for example, agriculture, the opportunities. Now, we did an estimate of what would be the monthly requirements for a 5,000-man camp. Like I said, we roughly have about 15,000 people in camps at any one given point. Now, for a 5,000 capacity camp, the requirements, you need about 23,000 trays of eggs, 320 sacks of potatoes, 3,840 pineapples. Now, the reason we quantified these was to sort of show what kind of opportunities lie in agriculture. Because when we would go and sensitize agricultural enterprises, they would say, no, for us, we can supply any number. Until you see in terms of the numbers, are you able to sustain this kind of supply every month, month on month, for maybe a year or so? And as you see the numbers here, you may find we have very few farmers who are in the category that can supply a particular single product here on their own. So we are encouraging farmers to get into joint venture, into associations, so that they can sort of like bring all their products to a single consolidator, and then that person can be able to supply the camps. Then the logistics requirements. Tilenga and Kingfisher equipment and materials is estimated to be about 7,000 million tons. So this will require about 600 trucks per month just to provide transportation to the construction sites. The ECOP alone and refinery project will require about 350 trucks, and then over 300 lifting and earth-moving equipment. Now, this is strictly for just the oil and gas sector, but also the other related sectors. We're going to see a lot more of real estate going up in these different areas. They'll also require logistics. So there's also a lot of opportunity in regards to logistics and supply chain management. So as I conclude, there are enormous opportunities that are going to come with this development phase that will benefit Ugandans and the Ugandan economy. Now, the benefits are coming through a number of areas. Like I said, employment, supply of goods and services to the sector and projects. And we need to ensure that there is enhanced sustainability so that the project benefits that are coming through also link to the other sectors of the economy. Now, a number of frameworks have been put in place to increase the visibility of Ugandan competent firms and enterprises, and that's why we do a rigorous process when you're registering on the NSD, so that you can be able to get this visibility to the different players in the sector. And 16 sectors have been ring-fenced for Ugandans to deepen value, in-country value retention. But as a Ugandan enterprise, you don't limit yourself to just the ring fence. The ring fence are strictly for Ugandans. But there are opportunities across all the other sectors of the economy. So we encourage you to get into partnerships with fellow local players as well as with foreign companies, so as to break barriers of financial and technical capacity, and also enhance in-country value retention. And I would encourage you to visit our website when you have a moment to see what are the upcoming opportunities, and then continuously abreast yourself with what is happening in the sector. So with that, I thank you for your time and giving me the opportunity to take you through this. Thank you.
Another round of applause for PAU. I think now we all know what is happening in the country, where the opportunities still are, and how we can tap into them. You can pack your questions for now. I know you have many, and we have the UNOC presentation, and then after the UNOC presentation, we will have a Q&A session. So I'd like to call Loida back, representing the CEO, to come and make the UNOC presentation. And you can stand a bit so you can stretch as she's coming on. Who wants to give us an exercise this time? Anybody? Okay, someone from Oga is giving us an exercise. Thank you. Yeah, let me do that.
Thank you very much, Jessica, and thank you very much, our Nigerian brother. But I think I can do better on the press-ups, but I'll do it on a vertical space. I'll do 100. Yes, on the vertical wall. I'll do that. Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate, and I hope and trust that we are all enjoying the best of the day. I am back here, Chichoncho Loida, the head of exploration and new ventures at UNOC. And thank you very much for your time and for listening to us. It means a lot to us, and it means that you're paying attention to what our initiatives are out to achieve. This time, I would like to take us through the UNOC projects and investment opportunities as part of the objectives of this workshop, or the reasons as to why we hold this workshop, is to open to you the opportunities available and also to give you time to look through these opportunities for you to appreciate. So, in terms of the outline, I'll talk about the oil and gas governance structure in the country, the mandate that UNOC holds in the sector and the overview of the company, the projects update, which are the gist of this presentation, as well as the opportunities in these projects, and then the incentives for investments, both for companies in the country, that is local companies or companies in the country, as well as international companies. In terms of sector governance, the previous speaker alluded to it. We have 4 entities that are governing the sector. And starting from UNOC, we are a commercial entity that is responsible to handle all commercial aspects on behalf of the state. We have the Policy, Investor Promotion and Licensing, which is the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, handled by the Directorate of Petroleum. The regulation aspect is handled by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and the fiscal regime of management of the monies that accrue from the sector is the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Who we are, or who are we? The Uganda National Oil Company was established by Section 42 of the Upstream Act of 2013 and incorporated in June 2015 under the Companies Act of 2012 as a private limited company. Our mandate is to handle the state's commercial interest in the petroleum subsector and also to develop the in-depth expertise in the oil and gas sector. We are wholly owned by the government of Uganda, and our shareholders are the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, holding 51% participating interest, and the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, holding a share of 49%. We have 2 wholly owned subsidiaries, that is the Uganda Refinery Holding Company, and it has the responsibility of refining and petrochemical related businesses. Our second subsidiary is the National Pipeline Company Limited, that is responsible for the pipeline, storage, and downstream trading ventures. The Uganda National Oil Company is a vertically integrated company, and we operate across the entire petroleum value chain. In the upstream, we manage state participation, where we hold 15% participating interest in the development projects like the Tilenga and the Kingfisher. We are also launching new ventures where we applied for an exploration license from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and will handle crude oil training once production starts. In the midstream, we are holding or managing the refinery, where we are going to manage the refinery on behalf of the state. We have the Kabale Industrial Park, which is a petrochemical industrial park, and the crude oil pipeline, that is the ECOP at the moment. In the downstream sector, we are responsible for development, management, and operation of storage terminals. One is the Jinja Storage Terminal, which is a 30 million capacity terminal located in Jinja. We have the Kampala Storage Terminal that is planned to hold 320 million liters of product. And we are also involved in downstream bulk trading, where we import and supply the finished product. This is just a snapshot of UNOC at the glance, and it's basically what I've talked about in the previous slide, apart from the fact that we have a head count of 118, where 39% is female and 61% is male. We are a generally inclusive company that looks across all factors: age, diversity in terms of gender. We're looking at tribes and everything. So we are an inclusive company that is operating on behalf of the government of Uganda. When we go to the upstream, I'll straight away go to the development projects that we are handling on behalf of the government of Uganda. UNOC holds 15% in the upstream projects, that is the development projects, Tilenga and Kingfisher projects, where we have 9 production licenses that are planned to be developed. Our joint venture partners are Total Energies, UNOC Uganda Limited, and we are a non-operator in both the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects. In terms of project progress to date, of course, the most exciting part that happened recently is the announcement of FID for the upstream, and of course the midstream, that is the ECOP. We are looking at new developments, looking at recovery of LPG. MacDemot is continuing with the detailed engineering, progressing to close to 30%. We are looking at enabling infrastructure for site preparation activities for the CPF, the camp and the drilling support base in the area that is ongoing at a good percentage. We have the Kingfisher development projects where we have the PC1, EPC 2, 3, and 4, which are ongoing. And contract tendering for all the tier 1 contracts have been awarded, and tier 2 contract tendering is ongoing. In terms of development drilling, it's expected to commence in December 2022. 2 of the drilling rigs are already en route to Uganda, and actually 1 of the rigs for the Kingfisher project is already being shipped to the site, and some of the trucks and components have arrived to site. The resettlement action plans for the priority areas was completed, and implementation is ongoing at a very good percentage. Many opportunities exist in the upstream or the development projects, and we are looking at EPC activities, we are looking at drilling and wells, we're looking at enabling infrastructure, the common services such as logistics, transportation, clearing and forwarding, among others, and gas to power projects. So there is immense opportunities for the Ugandan companies, both as individuals, as joint venture partners, both locally and international, for the Ugandans to partake. In terms of new exploration ventures, of course, the background to this comes from what is already planned and that is being anticipated to be developed. And we're looking at Tilenga and Kingfisher projects, where 230,000 barrels of oil per day will be produced at peak for about 4 years at peak. And then we're looking at the refinery, which is 60,000 barrels per day with the first coal. So this leaves less than 230 minus 60,000 for the pipeline, which is about 170. The size of the pipeline, as we can see, is 216. But the peak production from the Tilenga and Kingfisher is going to run for close to 4 years. That means that we're going to start declining. And when declining starts, we have to be mindful of the investments in the midstream sector and to ensure that we bring on board new resources or new reserves, new oil that is going to run these projects. So we need reserves replacement to sustain these projects. That's the midstream project, ECOP, and the refinery. And of course, it is very important as a country or as a national oil company operating on behalf of the country to be able to bring this to board. So in that regard, we are looking at 2 possibilities. One is the direct application. All these are provided for by the Upstream Act. And UNOC and CNOC, we are concluding an opportunity for application of an exploration license over the Pelican and Crane area that is just down of the Kingfisher project. We are negotiating the joint application agreement and the principles of joint operating agreement. We intend to commence the application for an exploration license, and we intend to submit in due course once those legal requirements are concluded. The other aspect that UNOC is holding dear is the participation in the second licensing round. This licensing round was announced in 2019 by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, and we have been going through the process. As of now, we concluded the negotiations. Our draft PSA has been approved and cleared by the Attorney General, so we are currently waiting to sign the production sharing agreement for the Kasurubani block with the Minister. The delivery model for the exploration is through strategic partnerships or contracting. The reason is to ensure that we diversify in terms of resource allocation, but also in terms of the risk. In the midstream, we're looking at the East African crude oil pipeline. This pipeline is a 1,445 kilometer long and 24-inch diameter heated pipeline. According to information available, it's the longest heated pipeline in the world. Our shareholders are Total Energies, UNOC Uganda Limited, and the Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, holding 15% as UNOC, 62% for Total, 8% for UNOC, and TPDC is holding 15%. In terms of project update, the intergovernmental agreements for the crude export pipeline were signed. The front-end engineering design and environmental and social impact assessments for Uganda and Tanzania were approved. The ECOP RAP, that is the Resettlement Action Plan implementation, is ongoing. The route was approved, and key agreements such as the host government, shareholders agreement, and tariff transportation agreements were signed. The shareholders agreement is completed, and enabling legislation for both Tanzania and Uganda is also completed. Tier 1 contracts have been awarded, and implementation of RAP is ongoing. The target financial close is on 25th November 2022. There are various opportunities in ECOP, and these include employment, where we're looking at over 5,000 jobs. We're looking at EPC services and works that include fabrication, accommodation, construction, transportation, and other related works. We have EPC supplies and other which trigger further exploration by providing infrastructure, because with this infrastructure that is put in place, then of course we have opportunities for exploration, both for the partnerships with the already existing exploration licenses, those that are yet to be licensed, and also with the interest in the upcoming licensing round or opportunities for acquisition of licenses. For the refinery project is a key project for Uganda, and here are just the key facts about the refinery. As I indicated earlier, it's a 60,000 barrels per day refinery that is going to be located in Kabale, Hoima district. In terms of design, we are looking at a residue fluid catalytic cracker. For the scientists and engineers could be able to explain, but at least I have a number of engineers who will explain to us, and please come to us for any explanations. In terms of development partners, there is UNOC, there is Lionworks, there is Yatra Ventures, SAIPEM, and Baker Hughes. So UNOC, through its subsidiary Uganda Refinery Holding Company, will hold the interests in the refinery on behalf of the government of Uganda. The Albert and Graben Consortium, which is Yatra Ventures, SAIPEM, Baker Hughes, and Lionworks, will run the operations. In terms of project structuring, we're looking at financing through develop, construct, and operate. The products expected from the refinery include LPG, premium, regular gasoline, jet fuel, diesel, and low sulfur fuel oil. We're looking at approximately 4 billion to be invested, debt to equity ratio of 70 to 30, and there's an opportunity for East African states to participate in this. This is just a snapshot of the refinery project. As I indicated, it's going to be located in Hoima, in Kabale, Hoima district. But as part of this refinery project, we have a 211 kilometer product pipeline that will be moving from Hoima, Kabale to Namabula in PG district. So this is just a snapshot of the locations of these facilities, which will also have storage facilities for the midstream, as well as the routing for the 211 kilometer pipeline to Namabula. In terms of update, the land for the refinery was, of course, secured, and lead investor, who is AGRC, was also secured. The project framework agreement between Uganda and the consortium AGRC was also signed. FEED was completed, Asia is ongoing, and it will be completed soon. The land acquisition process is nearly complete for the Mbegu water abstraction, and the RAP and evaluation of the product pipeline from Kabale to Namabula were also approved, and RAP and compensation is ongoing. Negotiation of crude supply agreement, shareholders agreement, and implementation agreement are also ongoing. The FID for the refinery is expected in mid-2023, and commissioning for the refinery is expected in 2026. In terms of opportunities, we have immense opportunities from the refinery, where we have direct and indirect employment, supply of goods and services, that is through the construction and commissioning, as well as operation and maintenance. So we're looking at subcontracts through the entire project, local growth through partnerships, and waste management. The list of the various opportunities in these are all goods and services for such a project of a magnitude like that. So we go to the Kabale Industrial Park. The Kabale Industrial Park is 29.7 square kilometers of land to be developed into an oil and gas industrial park in Kabale district, in Kabale, Hoima district. Apologies for confusing Kabale and Hoima, those two are different districts. UNOC's role is to lead the development, operationalization, and management of industrial park with a strategic partner. There are key installations or key aspects that the industrial park will accommodate, and these include key installations for the oil and gas industry, including the refinery, the crude oil export hub, the crude oil feeder pipelines, and refined product pipelines. The Kabale Industrial Park will also host an international airport and a range of industries. We'll support facilities like commercial complexes, residual houses, schools, and health facilities, and also facilities for maintenance companies and those for general administration for government and the private sector. In terms of update, the master plan was approved. Joint venture partner selection and securing is ongoing. The land allocation guidelines were approved internally by the board of directors, and it will follow the due approval processes before they are adopted. The enabling structure, UNOC is going through discussions with the various providers of these that hold the mandates, like UNRWA, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Water and Environment, for provision of facilities and roads in the park. So the design of phase 1 infrastructure, such as roads, fencing of the KIP, and conducting the Strategic Asia are also ongoing. And Strategic Asia will commence once all that has been approved. We're looking at promoting linkages between agro-based value addition investors with the local farmers. And important to note is that a macroeconomic study for the industrial park provided the following benefits, where we're looking at $4.9 billion per year to the national GDP, US dollar 11.9 billion per year, national capital formation, the balance of payment by US dollar 849 million per year, net physical impact of US dollar 1.2 billion, and 35,000 job opportunities. Those are the opportunities that we're looking at for from the Kabale Industrial Park. This is just a snapshot of the pictures that we expect. Of course, we are looking at the airport, which is under construction. These roads are typical aspirations of what we expect to have. We're looking at a typical fruit processing plant, looking at agro-business, and various services like supermarkets and many others. We're looking at a mall, a typical mall. This is not yet there, but we're dreaming big to have such. In terms of storage terminals, the Kampala storage terminal, which is planned to be located in Namwabula Mpigi district, is a petroleum product storage terminal. And it's planned to have a capacity of 320 million liters of fuel, and the construction will be phased. UNOC will hold 51% shareholding, so we'll be the majority shareholder. Expected capex is about 300 million US dollars. In terms of progress to date, the land, which is 300 acres for the development of the terminal, was acquired by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and handed over to UNOC for development and management. UNOC is revalidating the business case for the Kampala storage terminal, and based on that, the decision and the process for securing a strategic partner will be concluded. We also operate another storage terminal which is already functional and operational, that is Jinja Storage Terminal, located in Jinja in eastern part of the country. And this terminal was established in 1970s as a strategic reserve. The terminal was transferred to UNOC in 2017, and UNOC is holding 100% interest. In terms of project update, UNOC secured an operating partner, One Petroleum Limited, through joint venture agreement, and they are the ones handling the operations on a day-to-day with UNOC in participation. UNOC also acquired the license for the barge through the operator, that is the One Petroleum. The rail siding was rehabilitated, and the terminal commenced receiving petroleum products through the rail. The terminal is also being utilized for bulk trading business venture, where we use the facilities to augment or to facilitate our bulk trading business. The infrastructure is being expanded to accommodate jetty and pipeline, looking at water transportation being efficient between Kisumu and the Jinja place. In terms of bulk trading, UNOC commenced bulk trading business in March 2020. The objectives of this business is to enhance security of supply of petroleum products as mandated by the government. Of course, we are looking at generating revenue for UNOC and also value for Ugandans. We're looking at supporting the Kampala storage terminal and the Jinja storage terminals, because these are terminals that will hold fuel reserves on behalf of the country, and bulk trading will support that initiative. And also importantly, with expectation of UNOC crude holding come production, we are looking at building the capacity in trading operation in anticipation of future handling of bulk petroleum products that will come from the refinery. In terms of bulk trading, UNOC holds 100% equity. In terms of project update, the company is generating revenue, and this has been used to reinvest and expand the business. The company continues to explore different mechanisms to grow the business in bulk trading. The opportunities from bulk trading include suppliers of petroleum products, buyers of petroleum products, insurance services, clearing and forwarding, and transportation, among others. Having talked about the projects and the various opportunities that really we are seeing from these projects, I'll talk briefly about the national content strategy for Uganda, for Ugandans to be able to partake of these opportunities that are available in the sector. This is just a slide, and I'll not dwell much on it because the previous speaker talked about it. And we're looking at the 16 ring-fenced type of services that will be provided by Ugandans. But today's theme is not only concentrating on the 16%, but we are looking beyond the 16 categories, which is seen on the outer black ring that we see. But we want to go beyond the outer ring to go into fairly specialized services in the blue ring, and also look at participation in terms of partnerships to go into the maroon red ring, where we are looking at heavily specialized services that UNOC can partake. So this slide is basically for the ring fenced, but we are looking at those that are specialized and that are oil field specific that UNOC and the country are aspiring to get involved in. Key initiatives that UNOC has put in place to promote Ugandan participation. First, I'll look at the 7 pillars of the national content strategy that is in place and that is being implemented in the Uganda National Oil Company. One of the pillars is the recruitment of Ugandan talent, where targeted recruitment of Ugandans as a first priority. The second pillar, we are looking at the supplier selection and to provide control on national content requirements and transparency in tenders. We are looking at supplier capacity development that is aimed at facilitating growth and capacity of Ugandan suppliers. The fourth pillar is operations service capacity, where we look at joint ventures for service delivery, strategic partnerships in specialized service. We have a pillar on national skills development, where we look at developing relevant human resource, UNOC and service partners for regional and international market. One of our aspirations, and as mandated by the law, is to look at investment locally, but also build capacity to invest regionally and internationally. The sixth pillar is operatorship capacity, and we're looking at development of operating capacity with long-term goal of transfer operatorship. In many of our businesses, we're looking at that, but another important aspect of our business is through exploration, where we'll build the capacity to operate the licenses. We have community content as the seventh pillar, and we give support to communities where we operate to participate in oil and gas activities. So those are the things that we are looking at, but the initiatives that we have for Ugandan participation include preference that is given to procurement of goods and services rendered by Ugandans. As we speak, 80% of UNOC contract values are paid to Ugandan companies. The other initiative is the supplier development workshops. This is one of them. And here we educate Ugandan citizens, Ugandan companies, and registered entities about procurement processes, requirements, performance standards, and lessons from previous bidding processes. We collaborate with other entities like the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Stanbic Incubator, UNBS, and Equity Bank, and to target the groups, the specific groups such as these workshops, and we provide awareness of available opportunities. We promote joint ventures and partnerships by exposing Ugandan companies to international suppliers for possibility of joint ventures and technology transfer. The sector is nascent in Uganda, and therefore we need to do partnerships for us to learn from those that already have experience. In February, UNOC supported 7 Ugandan companies to travel to Nigeria for SIPEC 2022. We also encourage our international contractors to subcontract all the work Ugandans can do, and this gives Ugandan opportunities to participate in the project while acquiring, improving technical know-how, skills, knowledge, and experience. In addition, UNOC is skilling Ugandans to acquire skills required for the oil and gas sector, both at the Ugandan National Oil Company in terms of staff and other Ugandans, through placements and acquisition of international vocations qualifications to enable them be recruited, contracted by the sector. Specific target to certify youth from the Albert and Graben with specific focus to the girl child. Along the way, as we try to implement national content initiatives to develop the capacity of Ugandans, we have to recognize that there are gaps that are faced, or challenges that are faced by Ugandan suppliers. And what is clear here is that the oil and gas industry is new to Uganda, and therefore we have limited knowledge and experience in supplying goods and services that are required by the sector. But this is something that does not come in one day. We are progressing, and we are progressively improving the capacity of Ugandans and the capacity of everyone else. Most of the oil and gas contracts are capital intensive, and many Ugandan suppliers do not have the capacity to properly execute large contracts. And as such, the industry encourages unbundling of contracts so that smaller contracts can be available that require reasonable amounts of monies to be able to be afforded by Ugandans. Industry regulatory requires that call for additional capital investments for many capacities to meet the required needs. So we need to look at investment, but also the regulatory requirements. The other challenge that we have is that the high risk that is in the industry, and that requires high QHSE standards that are not easily understood or implemented by the suppliers. The industry also uses unfamiliar technological standards or technical standards that require experience to implement. There is limited availability of plant, equipment, material required for the sector, limiting national suppliers' participation. There is high cost of capital that challenges competitiveness of Ugandan suppliers for goods that are not ring-fenced. There is also limited in-country specialized skills required to execute the contracts, leading to recruitment challenges, both for the oil companies and their contractors. Much as we are seeing these challenges, we need to exercise patience, but continuously improve our processes in order to overcome these challenges and also be able to supply the oil and gas sector, both for the ring-fenced and also the specialized services. So how do we do business in Uganda? There are incentives or advantages of doing business in Uganda that is available for both companies that are Ugandan or local companies, but also for international companies, because the target now is not to restrict Ugandans in the ring-fenced, but also to open for them for the other specialized services. We're looking at the country which is land-linked and very secure, with GDP growth averaged at 6%. There is free movement of capital to and from the country and full repatriation of profits. These, I think, apply to international companies, but this is also important for the Ugandan companies as they lobby for partnerships with international companies. There is good legal and regulatory framework for the oil and gas sector, that is the upstream, midstream, and the downstream. In my previous slides, I talked about the legal framework that we have in the country. There is incentive regime. The incentive regime is structurally included in the country's tax laws, which makes it non-discriminatory and accessible for both domestic and foreign investments. 100% ownership of private investments allowed, and joint venture partnerships with domestic investors are encouraged. There are advantages for joint venturing with Ugandan companies that the international companies can also take advantage of. We are also looking at registration on the National Supplier Database. This is a requirement for anyone to provide goods and services in the sector to have their registration done. And on the screen is the link, and the representative from the PAU has talked about it, but we can also go to the website of the PAU to be able to follow the link and register. It's important because there are opportunities that are associated with that registration. So in terms of the key consideration, the following will be important for providers to note. Having looked at the projects that we have, looked at the opportunities that are in place, and looked at the national content strategy, both for UNOC and the country, these are important for the providers to note. Providers need to have in place policies and operational procedures for QSHSE and ESG best practice. As you well know, the industry takes high priority in health and safety, so it's important to look at that, but also looking at environment and social governance as a requirement and a trend that is global. There is need to have deliberate policy to promote national content and generate local capacity to implement and manage the project. For the local companies and also for the international companies, this is very important to note. There is need to seek partnerships that can promote participation and competitiveness. That is for both categories, the local and international. Importantly, the company needs to be tax compliant for them to be considered ethical. There is need to endeavor to understand the various kinds of bid solicitation documents as guided by the institution to bidders section of the bid document. These always come out in the bid documents, but also they can be availed on the different websites for everyone to familiarize themselves, not to miss out on these opportunities. And importantly, there is need to be registered on the National Supplier Database. I think this is mandatory because without that, you will not be given a chance to participate in the sector. I would like to thank you very much for patiently listening to me for this long, and also thank you very much for participation.
Thank you, Loida, for that powerful presentation. So now you all know what UNOC is all about, the opportunities available, and we still have to remember what Nick told us, that if we outcompete each other, we will what? Remain poor. That is a lesson for us to take. So at this moment, we are going for a Q&A. If you'd like to rise, please, again, and be able to stretch. And we are going to call upon a seasoned oil and gas person to modulate this Q&A. And we are going to have a Q&A for about 15 minutes. So we are going to collect all the questions you have, all the way from the malaria-free Uganda to now. And then after that, we'll have our keynote presentation. And then after that, Q&A, and then we go for lunch. We are still managing time very well. So, Jimmy, you're welcome. Jimmy Mugera, I think everybody knows Jimmy Mugera, former CEO of Talo Uganda. He did a great job, and I think In this room, most probably, he's one of the Ugandans that have been in the sector for the longest. Jimmy, you're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you. Can I request that you put away your mobile phones for a second? There's nothing that hurts to stand here and everybody's on taking pictures, but in reality, sending WhatsApps. I think we've had a great morning. Jessica didn't tell you, but this conversation of having the Nigerians in the room who have 50 years of local content to meet Ugandan businesses started in Lagos. We were in Lagos at the SIPEC, I think in Feb with Nick, Ruti, and all the other guys, and we had a conversation and we said, we have been in this room and we have not heard about people talking about catering and transport as Nigerians. The local Nigerians companies were talking about fabrication, rigs, transporting by air, and I said, how do we get Ugandans to that level? So the opportunity you have today is that, yes, we should supply stationery to the oil companies, but the bulk of the money is not there. The bulk of the money is in the technical side. Hence, we decided let's have this petroleum association. I think you heard what Nick said. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a Q&A. We had a very good presentation from past District Governor Ken Mugisha around malaria. I think it's an important subject. We had a very enlightening subject from Mr. Bintu from PAU. I thought, where's Mr. Bintu? Yes, he's here. I thought you did a very, very good presentation. Thank you very much. Then we had one from Madame Kichoncho, but she's coming back. And then we had another one from the chairman of PETAN, which is the Nigerian Association. And I think the thing that surprised me most, and I think we'll get a chance to look at it, is that they only have 100 companies. So I said, what? I thought this should be bigger. They only have 100 companies in PETAN, so that tells you something. But but I also heard that they now get seats on boards because of the power of the association. So what do we learn from that? What should we ask? And also the areas of focus. So I think there are a lot of questions from there, but let me throw it back to the audience to hear what the audience has to say, or what has to ask. And we have a case study which will come up later, I think from Abdul Karim Khalil and David Bishop. But let's start with these who have just presented. Who wants to go first? Who wants to ask first?
Thank you.
Yes, John Odiek.
Thank you.
The gentleman who writes in the New Vision every day about oil and gas.
I was very lucky to be standing already. My question is that sometimes companies, when your local suppliers are trying to supply goods and services, so the companies say that they are not meeting standards, they are not meeting quality. I've been in some trainings and there's always that sort of excuse, even if local companies are able to meet these standards and the quality. So what are the authorities trying to do to ensure that this excuse of quality and standards are not given, and therefore the local companies are sidelined? But the other thing is that also, I think the Petroleum Authority gentleman talked about these studies. Okay, I was like, now we are still doing studies when we should be implementing some of these things. He talked about the fabrication study. So what does it say, and what does it say about our capacity to do fabrication talked about communities in the Albertine Graben to supply or to give them businesses. What does it say? And therefore, what can be done? Like the Nigerian friend of ours yesterday said that there should be deliberate efforts to help these weaker companies. Thank you. I could ask so many things.
Okay, thank you. Next question. As I think we answered John Odiek's question, which is probably to yourself, Mr. Bintu. The others can formulate the question, but I think you have the questions. Okay. There's another question? Maybe let's take his question as well. And there's another question this side.
Thank you very much.
Please mention your name and organization.
Edward Mwesigwa is my name, from Perfect Image Enterprise Uganda. But also one of those that come from the very area where all these developments are taking place, in the Alpine region. Mr. Jekes set the ball rolling, and probably that was in a way of helping some of us who are still reserved on where to begin from. I come from the point of local content in terms of supply. We have from today heard of the national content, which of course we knew about, and now we have come to the local content. But I want to point a point to bring something to those are concerned, that even within the local content, there is local content. So we may even call it the local content. I've had the opportunity over all these years for the first time to go where all these developments are taking place, even when I come from there. I don't know whether these developments are planned for a certain purpose, or they were just by coincidence, but I had the opportunity just 2 weeks ago to have a tour and see for myself what is going on, even when I had all the interest, but knowing what actually was going on. Now, I can say I have a few facts on my fingertips. But what you realize when you are there, whether it has started, or it's about to start, or it will start soon, there is nothing like local content in terms of supply of goods and services. Now, my request is to those who are involved in legislation and policy making, that there should be a deliberate and intentional policy making, so that when we talk of local content, our people there, those of us who hail from there, are really involved into the thing. Otherwise, we are only hearing of these things and we don't know where, so far, what is being supplied is supplied by who. There is nothing on that. But every time and again, when you are on TV, you are in media, you think the people there are, but who are those benefiting? I'm one of those that are coming from there, but I don't know who is doing what, supplying what, and when was ever this one made public, so that we can get to know out of our people there, so and so is supplying. Otherwise, it remains on paper here, but nothing on the ground. Lastly, Mr. Bintu, you did something very good, and I was impressed by your presenters and all the rest. But I beg to request you that as this has now come into place, continue to involve us, especially I don't want to say the beneficiaries, but maybe the affected persons there, in these fora, so that we can have an input. Because even when it affects others positively or negatively, it begins with those who come from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. I think he's made the case for the local. There's another question. Let's take 4 questions, then and then we can divide who does what.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Waswa Moses. I come from Zimbabwe, but do my business in Uganda here in Kampala.
I am the managing director of Swift Minds, which is a recruitment and manpower company. So my question is, how are we getting helped as the national companies? Because when our friends come from wherever they are, PAU is going to say the local company has to have 48% stake, but behind the contract, there's a contract. And we are trying to make sure that value remains as well. But behind the contract, there is a contract. I think our friends and Nigerians know this, that it's in experience. How are we going to help the local companies to actually have the stake they're supposed to have? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Waswa. I think I have one for Nick. Nick, you spoke about these 100 serious companies. I would like you to just explain to us why are there not 1 million of them and why are there not 5? I think you didn't really explain that very well, but I'd like you to do that. And I don't know whether it will be in his presentation, but I think there was also a value in elaborating a little bit about this phrase you coined around collaboration rather than compete. Maybe there's a bit of a learning there. Why don't we answer some of these? There was a question from John Odiek on standards, studies, and quality. I think that's best placed to Mr. Bintu. And then there was one on, look, a number of these actually go to both UNOC and PAU. But maybe the Nigerians can also give us, somebody can also respond to some of them with a view from Nigeria, especially when you talk about local content. I happen to work in Nigeria, and I know what it means to come from the Delta, and then the contracts are being given to the Northerners, so they probably understand the local discussion. Who wants to go first, Mr. Bintu?
Thank you so much for the good questions. I'll start with the talk around standards and why we are still doing studies. Now, there's a lot happening in this point in time, and initially our efforts were everywhere. We were trying to build capacity in welding and fabrication, like we were trying a bit of everywhere, but we needed to have an informed strategy of where do we get some significant value for Ugandans to participate. Now, the studies that we have done, like I mentioned, we did fabrication because there's going to be a lot of fabrication works that are going to take place across the different projects. And we wanted to know what is our capacity as Ugandans to participate, where are the gaps, and what can we do to close those gaps? Because it's one thing thinking we have the capacity, because almost all, in this study we engaged the different fabricators, and everyone would tell you, no, we have the capacity, until you provide what are the requirements for the sector. And then you start to see areas where we need to improve. Then we also, in that study, we were also able to see that there was a number of gaps in regards to access to information. The capacity of the enterprises is there, but they were not producing for the oil and gas sector. And also the kind of investment that they needed to do in order to produce for the sector and the timeline of the opportunity. Because there is investing maybe $2-3 million into your plant, but you're going to be active in maybe another 2 years. But this opportunity is happening in the next 1 year. So that is why we were doing these studies, and these studies have helped us to focus our efforts on the quick wins. What are the things that we can quickly do so that as Ugandans we benefit? Then in regards to the standards, also as a result of some of these studies, we've appreciated that there was very little sensitization in regards to the required standards for the oil and gas sector. And as a result, when the companies were advertising, they would quote the standards, the international standards, which we at times, many Ugandans felt we did not have equivalents. But we've worked with UNBS, and equivalent standards have been developed, and these are being disseminated so that people know, if I am to supply this, what is the kind of quality that I must meet. And that has really improved the quality of bids that are going into the technical areas. And we are seeing more people participating as a result of these efforts. Then in regards to the local content, like I said, we had a challenge around, I think people waited for the oil and gas story for a long time. So at some point along the way, they felt it would never come. So when we went and we were looking for enterprises in the local communities, there are very few enterprises that have, up to this point, been able to take a step to even register on the National Supplier Database. Now we are doing the project we are implementing, where we are building the capacity of over 200 enterprises along the entire eco pipeline. When we called for adverts, for people to come and express interests in being trained, interestingly, there are districts in Uganda where we have gotten less than 20 enterprises express interest for free capacity building. So the local content story also is twofold. We as Ugandans also need to do a bit more in regards to taking up the opportunities that are presented by expressing interest, first of all, in wanting to supply the sector, because we have tried to reduce the requirements. We have a whole team at the Petroleum Authority which comes and camps in the different districts to register and support companies to participate. But the interest in the local communities has been a bit wanting, but we are moving and there's a bit of improvement. Then in regards to what can be done to help the national companies to participate, there are actually deliberate efforts to support Ugandan enterprises. And part of those efforts, when we are reviewing the bid evaluation reports, especially for areas that have scopes that are ring-fenced, to ensure that these companies, in their national content commitments, commit that they will subcontract all the ring-fenced scope to Ugandan companies. But as Ugandan companies, we also have to position ourselves so that when these subcontracts are advertised, we do participate. Because in the law, if priority is given to Ugandan companies, if they are not available, then to joint ventures. Then even if a joint venture is not available, then a foreign company can be considered. Now, as Ugandan companies, we have to ensure that this opportunity is taken. If we are not able to deliver the scope ourselves, get into a joint venture, because that is the next, where the opportunity goes next. I thank you.
Thanks a lot for those answers. But let me put a few rejoinders. So for John, who asked about when do the studies continue. Unfortunately, in oil and gas, the studies continue every other day. They will continue for years and years. Even when you drill a well, you continue doing some studies. So expect the studies. How we use the studies is another issue. But I think there was a point around, Edward, around the local, which is a one of communication and creating awareness. I think as PAU, as the license holders, as ECOP, there has to be some more deliberate effort of creating this awareness. I hope in the conversation with David Bishop later, he will touch on that. What are they going to do around that journey? And then the other one is on funding as well. I think there was a little rejoinder there. I think we're already 9 months into this. You have international companies on the ground. What would have been interesting is to share how many of the national people have made those national commitments in terms of knowledge transfer to some of the local companies. But you want to add a rejoinder before Nick?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to kindly show the photos, please. Where, yes, local is local, yes, and we do understand. And as you know, we have a community content component, which Lloyda talked about. And we make sure that when we go to a country, we do actually take the joint venture partners. We were there, and I wanted the photos to be shown because pictures don't lie. In the new folder, just check there are 4 photos. And we do go with the joint venture partners. We do go to the communities. And the last time we were there was in June this year. And we had ECOP, we had also the financiers, we had Stambig and the Equity Bank. So we got there, and in addition to that, UNOC is going to carry out a study, and Lloyda talked about it, to actually find out what interventions we can put within the communities. Yes, we need to understand that the communities at this moment are not ready to supply big contracts. It is like you can never go to Hoima or where and you find a supermarket as big as the ones you find in Kampala. That is a reality of life. But how do we now transition the communities to be able to get on to bigger contracts? But where we are starting now is making sure that we prepare them for indirect and induced services. That is where, how do they tap into the money that is being earned by the people who actually get the contracts or are employed in the oil and gas sector? It is a journey, and we know Lloyda alluded to the challenges we still have with the Ugandan communities, because even where we are now in Kampala, the contracts we are doing as Ugandan companies, we still have a long way to go to be able to get to where Nigeria is, that will have rigs, and Ugandan owns a rig, and Ugandan is the one doing the pipe coating, and Ugandan is the one building a refinery. So we still have a journey to go. So we are not going to run. National content is a marathon. It is not a sprint. And that is all I can say for now. Thank you.
Do you want to bring the microphone here?
Jimmy,
Nick.
I know you always have a smile on your face. I know that. You want me to talk about collaboration? Correct?
Collaboration, and why do you only have 100 members?
Okay, I'll start with the collaboration, which is very key. You know, collaboration is synonymous with teamwork. When you come together, you achieve more. When you plan to go it alone, it becomes very tortuous, as we say in Nigeria. First, as pattern, when we came together, we looked at how to build that cohesion among ourselves. It took us a long time to do that, but it has become our own mantra to collaborate anywhere we can find that environment that is conducive for everybody to work. First, we are looking at how do you deliver a value from a consortia. If you do that, it works. Means you achieve more. And then you're looking at how do you patronize in-country capacity. It's through collaborative effort. That way, you pull the trainers, the people who are very vast in supply, based on their experience from working for the IOCs in the past. So you come together. And then you look at that same experience, you take it further. Somebody must be able to disseminate the information. Just like Jessica said, if you have to work with everybody, it's like a marathon. It requires patience. It requires that experience for you
to give back to those who much has been given. I remember listening to your president the other day. It shows that what Uganda has done is to look at the various experiences around and took the best. And what it tells you is that experience matters, so you're able to impact on other people. Now, we equally look at what is the cost management. If you have a project to go, to operate, and you're limited in your funding, when you pull the funds together, you can achieve more in a project. In Petan, we have members here, seated here, who can actually supply the entire network of pipe. They are here among us today. You have people who can provide end-to-end. They're here. The ones who are listening online are there. I know that when you watch CNN, you see some Petan members advertise, oil salves of this world. They are Petan members. They started from somewhere. And what they're achieving is based on collaborative effort. We have one of our members, and I thank UNOC and PAU for looking at a Petan member who you think can do something. It's because there's collaboration behind his thinking. That's why he's going to achieve a lot. I think I will rest on collaboration so that I think I made enough points about collaboration. Now let's look at why are we over 100? It is for us deliberate. You're looking at those companies who are proven, who are structured, who think alike. And that's why we take our time when applications are made. We have a waiting list of over 180 waiting to join Petan. But we want to make sure that when we recommend a Petan member for a project, we can go to sleep, knowing that that Petan member will deliver on that mandate anywhere. Secondly, if there's a project today and a Petan member is involved, a Petan member is likely to call a Petan member who belongs to the technical interest group, the TIG I mentioned earlier, to come take part of what he has got, so that together they can deliver that project. So when you hear somebody is a Petan member, that means that person has gone through the rigorous effort to become a member. Plus, you must show that you can deliver quality. I'm sure in the next few weeks or so, we're going to add additional 20 to that number, because we have found those people good enough to be Petan members. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we should give a round of applause to all of the questions that have been answered. But you probably heard the message. We're only going to win if we collaborate, if we work together. And that when you sign with a Petan member, you have some sort of assurance that somebody has done a QC on them, has done a quality assurance on these individuals.
Jimmy, I would like our head of procurement to speak on why they are asking for standards.
Okay.
And why people are not given contracts because of standards.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Jimmy. I think every industry worldwide has standards, and the oil and gas industry is not unique to that. However, what we have noticed is Ugandan farms are struggling in that area, and I know there's a lot of effort which we have gone through as UNOC, as PAU, to try to disseminate these standards to all the bidders that are interested in this. We have, of course, a criteria. If we want, and all bidders are aware of the criteria that we publish in the press and also in our EOIs. We cannot deviate from those specific standards worldwide. The industry we are in is highly I would say the product we're dealing with is we emphasize key things in terms of risks, and you'll find UHSC and risk carry a very big percentage of that. So the standards are well known worldwide, and we cannot deviate from that. Thank you.
Jessica, oh, can we take another round, or should we move on to the next? Just one question. Okay, you can go ahead.
How many other people have questions? There's another one here. Four. One, two, three, four, five. And we'll stop. Sorry?
I think for the next guys who are asking questions, just be precise. Don't lecture.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'll be very precise. Mine is a simple one. We've often not ignored rumors, but there's a rumor going around, and it's in the media, that the environmentalists are trying to stop the pipeline from going through. Please assure us that we are not taking tea. Some of us are trying to streamline to be able to tap into the oil and gas. So please give us that assurance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mine
please.
is not a question.
Yes.
I just want to bear witness to Bintu and Jessica. The gentleman who said, I don't know what category of products you're supplying, but we are consolidating all products in Uganda to the oil companies' kitchens. So if you're in agriculture, please let's get in touch, okay? I'll tell you, the issue of standards has been there, but yesterday, ever since we started dealing with this, we managed to supply Motor Angel with 500 trays of eggs from Hoima, not from Kampala. So let's get in touch, get it done. There's another gentleman I saw who is dealing with food. Please, yeah? We shall do it, okay? You cannot do it alone. We consolidate, including the food that you're eating here is coming from our pack house, okay?
Thank you. That's assuring. There was a question there, yeah.
So mine is, it's a comment and a question.
Please tell us who you are.
Okay, so my name is Gilbert Asasi. I'm a CEO of an asset integrity firm from Ghana, and I've actually worked in the industry from the regulator to the operator and actually running a business. So I've seen it 360. And I just want to give a few words, and I like Jessica's comments. It's a marathon. So before I lay my question on what you are doing to help us, you know, local content is a marathon, but you need true business people with a long-term perspective. It's a function of capacity. That's where you start talking about standards. It's also a function of willing business people. But for we local people in Africa, it's also a big issue of funds, which is investment. Okay, I want to ask, what directly is UNOC or PAU or the key stakeholders doing, one, to support willing business people in Uganda, okay, or JVs who want to actually do business? And another comment is, it would be good if there's efforts to actually target people and make heroes of them, okay, to be able to move to the areas in the blue and the deep red area in providing service to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a question of funding. There's a question here, and then Roti.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Malvin Mimbura from Malvin and Partners, consulting engineers and surveyors. Mine goes to UNOC. You talked that Uganda acquired, I think, 29 square kilometers of land, and the master plan has been prepared. My question is, one, is that a public document that can be viewed by everyone? And two, do we have guidelines for allocation of land in the industrial park? Thank you. And if they're there, are they available and visible to the public?
Fortunately, the manager for the industrial park is also here, so I'm sure. Okay, who wants to take on the question of the concern of the environmentalists? We had a lot of discussion on it yesterday with, from the president through the minister to the Minister for State. Who wants to represent government on this? Okay, there's nobody who wants to represent government, but this is what I heard. So this is what I heard, because I'm not qualified to speak for government or for the companies. I think there are issues that have been raised. There is an effort from the government to try and address the issues that have been raised. Some of the issues arise because there are myths and there's a little understanding of how much has been done. We had yesterday from the ECOP managing director that they did an environmental social impact assessment study. And that environmental impact social assessment study, the ISHA, identified the risks and the mitigations. What hasn't been done up till today very well is communicating so that some of this information is out there. But we also heard from the president that this project will go ahead. That's what I heard, but if anybody has something he wants to add on, please feel free. Then there is the issue of, I think it's to UPAU. You probably heard it. The consolidation one was of food stuff was a comment. Then there's the issue of the funding, I think, which is a real concern. Who wants to take that on? Do you want to talk about the petroleum fund? I mean, I think it's again government to speak about this rather than.
Thank you. So in regards to some of our efforts to support businesses, to move them into the inner circles, there's a lot of effort, right from, and like we said, it's a step by step. So we have sort of like segmented the companies that we have. And there are some companies which we are trying, especially when it comes to local content. Now those ones we are supporting them to first of all formalize so that they can be able to qualify to get onto the national supplier database, and then now be able to supply some of these smaller things. That's for the really the micro. We are getting those to at least supply the community level things. Then when it comes to the medium-sized enterprises, we are trying to build linkages between the medium and large enterprises so that they can first of all scale their operations and also scale their capacity so that they can be able to do more business in the sector. Then we are also advocating for the creation of a national content fund, which will be able to provide funds, affordable financing for enterprises that are going to participate in the sector. But as the fund is being created, we've gotten into partnerships with the banks to see that they can be able to finance people who have gotten contracts in the sector. I think Stanbic has been taking the lead in regards to developing products, and every once in a while, one of the supplier development workshops that we do is actually specifically around financing and what are the different products that have been created to be able to meet the needs of the sector. Then we've also looked at creating of an industrial enhancement center, which will look at building the capacity of enterprises so that they can have the needed certifications to participate in the sector. And also, as the enhancement sector is being created, we have partnered with UNBS, and in the coming months, we are going to train and certify 100 companies with HSC certification so that they can be able to be certified for HSC, which is a critical thing for the oil and gas sector, and also improve their chances. But also we have sort of like an advisory. The team for which I work for, which is enterprise development, is continuously engaged in supporting enterprises on what can they do better to be able to supply the sector. Now this looks, sometimes we have engagements where we look at, do you need to maybe re-engineer your processes? Do you need to hire differently? Because some of the challenges that we have seen with enterprises just require a bit of reorganization or process re-engineering so that they become more efficient. So those are some of the different initiatives that we are doing as the PAU to see that we support these enterprises. But we don't work alone. We are continuously engaged with UNOC and the other IOCs to see that we partner and have concerted efforts towards ensuring that the enterprises' capacity is developed, and also sort of do advisory and advocacy. For example, we've seen a number of contracts unbundled to be able to allow for Ugandan companies to afford to participate, and also advocating for shorter payment milestones so that when you deliver a certain scope of work, you're continuously given some money so that you have operational money to be able to execute your contract. So that, alongside other things, are some of the things that we are doing to try and see that Ugandan companies are supported.
Thank you, Mr. Bintu. I think that's quite an elaborate answer. On the funding specifically, and I don't know how many banks are in the room, but if are there any banks in the room? But I mean, of course I chair a bank, but there are other bankers here. But this is what the banks are doing. The banks are moving on from the traditional banking sector, where they asked you for your grandmother's certificate before they gave you a loan, to an extent that they are understanding oil and gas. They have hired technical advisors to help them understand oil and gas, and understand that they need to make quick turnarounds as far as oil and gas is concerned. So approach your banks and they will support. But I think there is some other implied aspect in the question, which has been done in places like Nigeria, where a local content fund has been created. I think it is in the works, but it has supported, I think in Nigeria, I heard the last time that it was about $500 million which they had accumulated, and they were lending to the local companies at a subsidized rate. The other one is the element of the Industrial Enhancement Center. I think he spoke about it. But the objectives of the Industrial Enhancement Center when it was set up was to ensure that there is communication and awareness, that the local suppliers get to know about the tenders, get to know about the requirements, and they are able to go in one place and pick up what is coming. So that's in development. Then there's the whole enterprise development, where they're going to build capacity of the local suppliers, be it in the enterprise aspects or some of the non-technical or some of the technical aspects. So there's quite some good work there. And then there's one on also a commitment, because the Industrial Enhancement Center is also to try and, so each of these tier 1 companies and tier 2 companies, as we heard from Madam Kichoncho, Bintu, was that they have committed to provide some support to the Industrial Enhancement Center. And where all this will come into focus is at the Industrial Enhancement Center, that every company, be it Wally, be it Slumberger, be it Koso, have committed to give a certain number of man-hours to skill the Ugandans, and I think that would be helpful. There was a question on the 29 square kilometers. Is the master plan public? And can we know the guidelines of land?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. The 29.57 square kilometers is the area on which the Kawali Industrial Park sits, and the master plan was approved 2018. Okay. The master plan was not just a drawing, but it's a report. It's a comprehensive report that was made, and it was hinged on the business case for the industrial park. So there's quite a lot of information there. The plan, the drawing that you've been seeing, I think, is available for the public, but not the report. The report has a lot of sensitive information which is released on a restricted basis. But I must note that since the master plan was approved, that is 2018, a lot of activities have taken place in the park, and some things have changed. So we're actually in the process of updating the master plan, I think in the next 2 months. And once we have that updated, I think the layout will be available to the public. And why is that? Because this links into the next question. The land allocation policy has been developed internally in UNOC and has received all the approvals within UNOC, but we're still getting, we are moving towards getting approvals from our parent ministries and government agencies. And once we have that, we hope in the next 2 months, we shall be availing this to the public. And key in the land allocation policy will be the routes through which the various types of investors will apply for land in the park. Now, part of that land allocation policy will have the layout, the updated layout of the park, so that people are able to pick out areas where they want to lease, sublease land from UNOC to start their businesses. Okay, so I must say that the updated master plan layout will be availed to the public with the land allocation policy. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Engineer Kasule. That's pretty good. Let's have your comment, Mr. Roti, before I think we'll take one more question. There is another opportunity. Oh, there's a gentleman who's been waving to me. Is it a buy or you have a question?
Okay, my name is Roti Omoli, Vice Chairman of PETAN. I just want to share briefly that it takes two to tango between the individual service providers, and the government efforts. If they ring-fence all the activities and we don't have aggressive service providers who are committed, you cannot grow the local content. We are to prove that we can compete quality times against international service companies before we're able to get a job in Nigeria. We were in business more than 20, 25 years before the law. The law is just about 11, 12 years, but we've been in business much more before then. So what I'm saying is that we as individual service providers, we must be committed, we must be ready to spend our money to acquire capacity, to train people, and be able to compete aggressively. When we can do that, all the government efforts will just safeguard our investments, make them less risky and more purposeful for us. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Anne. Yes, it's a very, very quick question. I'm an engineer. We are very brief. My question goes to Petroleum Authority. You mentioned enterprise development. You mentioned enhancement. I want practical steps. How does a local company get to know of these activities? Where are they? Do they pay for them? Etc., etc. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. You are indeed an engineer, very precise. Gentleman. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Divya Robert from Gerodi Trading Company Limited. I've heard from a gentleman right there that UNOC has partnered with UNBS and going to be training 100 companies. And a few minutes back, I'd heard 100 companies from Nigeria, so I'm kind of worried. Can that be 101, so that they put Gerodi Trading Company Limited as part of the ones that are going to be trained? Like, because 100 might be the sector priority number. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. I think we laugh about it, but it's a very, very valid question. I think it's a question of awareness. People are hearing some of these things for the first time. So as regulators and national oil company, please share the information. Otherwise, people are connecting, adding 1 and 1 and getting a 3. Please go ahead and respond to the issue of the Industry Enhancement Center and where we are in the process.
Okay. Where are these opportunities? Usually we post on our website as well as on our social media pages the opportunities for enterprise development. But however, you can always reach out to us. Send through an email through ed@pau.go.ug requesting if you have any particular support. We ensure that we always respond to any request. If you need a physical meeting, we will be available. Our team does this on a day-to-day basis. Then in regards to the 100 companies to be trained, we are doing this in different cohorts. So the first cohort that we are going to train, that has been selected. But usually when these opportunities advertised, there's a certain criteria that you have to meet. So when you're interested in being one of the entities that are going to benefit from these certification trainings, you apply showing how well you meet the criteria. Because usually we'll ask for certain experience and having some processes in place within your company so that we see that this training will help to benefit and help you scale up. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you still have, you owe people some more information. When are you going to, when was it advertised? I mean, you may want to give more information, but not now. Prepare the answer so that after the presentation. So it is my honor and pleasure to invite our keynote speaker, who is Mr. Halil Abdul Malik from Nigeria. He's the General Manager for Research, Statistics, and Development at the Nigerian Content Development Board. So Nigeria has taken local content to another level. They have an authority that's looking after Nigerian content. He also looks after strategy, and he's pioneered a number of initiatives, including the Nigeria Oil and Gas Park Scheme and Equipment Component Manufacturing Initiative, the Marine Strategy Nigerian Content Intervention Fund. So he's got quite a number of these answers we've been asking. He's a member of the Nigerian Institute of Project Management and an International Facility Management Association in the US, and a Change Management Professional and Certified Project Management Profession. He's been a teaching instructor at the Center for Professional Development at St. Charles, Chicago in the US. You're very welcome, Mr. Malik. Please put your hands together.
You know, Chris threw a challenge to us this morning. He went 45 press-ups. So how many of us are ready to beat that record? So that you don't oppress us when we go back to Nigeria. Okay, good morning, my dear audience. I bring greetings from the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Coming to Uganda is very exciting for me because some few years ago, we hosted a delegation from Uganda in NCDMB to share our local content program. And listening to what has happened in Uganda, I'm excited to see that we have almost the same template. And that is the essence of the Africa partnership. Perhaps what needs to be done now is to see how we can consolidate the silo capacities that exist and see how we can bring our energies together towards promoting a Pan-African local content program. Listening to His Excellency, the President, Museveni, and our own President's commitment to the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, we're convinced that this partnership that we're trying to foster in the oil and gas industry is the right way to go. There's a clear aspiration to grow inter-Africa trade from 15% to 30% over the next 5 years under the AFTA protocol. And the oil and gas sector constitutes a major pillar for driving that aspiration. So the conversations we'll be having today is more around knowledge sharing, but preferably around how do we intensify our collaboration so that business owners in Nigeria and business owners in Uganda can have a common agenda, common project execution strategy, and together we'll be able to count the cross-border impact on local content. So my presentation today will focus around the background to the local content journey in Nigeria, our mandate as NCDMB, the federal government agency responsible for local content implementation. And I'll speak a lot, I'll spend more time on the supplier development programs in Nigeria, achievements, so that you see what exists in Nigeria, because ultimately the conversation has to move towards exchange of data in terms of capacities that exist, projects that are coming up, and then that way it makes the business-to-business collaborations easier because they now become more focused in terms of what are the specific opportunities that we want to achieve. And then, of course, I'll have my concluding remarks. So about Nigeria, okay, yeah. So we are largely a hydrocarbon haven with 37 billion barrels of oil, which is about 30% of the reserves in Africa. Globally, we're ranked number 9 in terms of crude oil reserves, and also the 9th position in terms of gas reserves. Over 200 trillion standard cubic feet of gas. The oil sector is a very important sector for us in Nigeria because 90% of our earnings in terms of foreign exchange comes from the sector. And only recently we've been able to reduce the sector's contribution to our national budgets. In the past, it used to be about 80 to 90%, but with aggressive diversification, we've been able to reduce it to about 60%, and we hope to do that through the sectoral linkage opportunities that we want to achieve. We're a 200 million population country, and at the last count, our GDP was $429 billion, which positions Nigeria as the 28th largest economy in terms of GDP. Our aspiration had been to be the top 20 economy in the world by 2020. We have missed that, so we believe that there's a lot of work that needs to be done for us to meet that aspiration. One thing is clear, because of the significant role of the oil sector in terms of the quantum of industry spend, it's an industry that spends about $20 billion per annum. There's a lot of discourse around local content as the major fundamental driving philosophy in the oil and gas sector. But also, of recent, the discussion has been towards extending local content to other sectors because of the successes in the oil and gas sector. Now, when we talk about local content, it sits on 3 tripods. The role of the project promoters who fund these projects, the role of government as regulators who set the standards, set the thresholds, and provides the enabling environment. But most importantly, the role of the local supply chain. Because anytime you hear local content achievements, it has to do with the extent to which we're able to empower the service companies, the patents of this world, the national supplier community. So when we talk about local content, we're actually talking about how much value add we're getting from this constituency. For us in Nigeria, and I think this is a common aspiration for everybody, local content is about technology development in country. The oil and gas sector is heavily dependent on technology, from your exploration activities, field development, production, and even when you get to abandonments, a lot of technology is required, software, hardware. So your ability to create an ecosystem that enables the domiciliation of technology in country determines the extent to which local contents will be seen as a successful program. So that is the most important element of local content. It's also about local employment. Currently, in our database, the entire operating companies have, including Shell, Chevron, big players, but the entire employment is just about 12,000. But the service companies, the patents of this world, have close to 100,000 direct jobs. So you can see the difference. So the local supply chain actually are the major employers of labor when it comes to local content, not the operating companies. So we need to ensure that they are fully empowered to create more jobs. And I'm not talking about the indirect jobs that they have created. Usually we use a 1-to-4 ratio. So you can imagine how much of indirect employment they're able to create. It's all about capital flight retention. When we talk about local content, it's about not just contracts awarded to Nigerians, but in-country value addition. So you will see that over 95% contracts are awarded to Nigerian companies. But when you go further down to look at the in-country value addition in terms of inputs, labor, and equipment utilized, that is where you begin to look at local content. And the extent to which you're able to retain the revenue on every contract in the country determines the resilience of your local supply chain. Now, when you look at the vicious cycle of investments, the more an economy is able to retain revenues within the commercial banks, the more the commercial banks are able to raise their liquidity and be able to provide loans to the business community. It is only when loans are provided at competitive rates that you will now be able to talk about expansion in entrepreneurship development, in wealth creation. But if you have significant capital flights, because for every contract you have to open an LC to import equipment, to bring labor, or to even sign some level of agreements, then it means there's significant capital flights. Your local banks will suffer, and then you will continue to depend on foreign loans. So local content has a significant impact in capital retention and also ability of commercial banks to support the industry. So for us, we see that as a very important lever in local content metrics. The industry, for us in Nigeria, most of our operations are now going deep offshore. So there's significant requirements for marine vessels, rigs, and they don't come cheap, but it also attracts significant day rates. And if we don't capture that as part of the local content program, then of course you have capital flights. So for us in local content, we believe that ownership of marine vessels and rigs is a major requirement to achieve local content. So you need to factor that when you are looking at your local content program and the high impact opportunities. It's also about value chain optimization, from upstream operations, midstream. Today we suffer from a net importer of refined products in Nigeria because of the gap in the value chain optimization, where refined products are import dependent. So that is something that you need to address, and I'm happy to see that refineries are being built in Uganda. So this has to be a conversation around how do we actually process our hydrocarbon resources rather than export. So it's a very important element. So when we talk about local, co-local, this is it, poverty alleviation drive. Most of the oil blocks exist in communities. So you cannot extract their oil and leave them. It has created a lot of problems. I'm sure some of you are aware, and I'm hearing that there's also some restiveness here. That is a typical. But when you have a poverty alleviation template, what we call community content strategy in Nigeria, then you'll be able to address that. You engage the community, understand their needs. Their needs is in terms of infrastructure, in terms of manpower, but then you also ring-fence procurement opportunities on the back of any new project that is coming into that community. So you give them a sense of belonging. You don't only do that, you must also enable that to happen. We also have the Community Content Fund to support that, because some entrepreneurs in those communities might not necessarily have the skills to be able to deliver on even basic procurements. So you have a responsibility to also enable that. And then our training programs also have significant focus on how to empower the communities by taking them through training opportunities. And of course, if there's opportunity for retention, they get retained. Increased production and utilization of locally made goods. So the words here are production and utilization. So that means standardization is very important. So you don't produce any product and expect the industry will take it up because it is locally produced. So you must produce to the desired standards, and then there's a program in our laws, as you'll see shortly in my presentation, that emphasizes first consideration for locally made goods. Sustainable economic growth is also one of the major drivers of local content, because when you count local production, local employment, then it contributes to your gross domestic production. So that is also the oil sector and of course the service sector of the industry play a significant role in contributing to a country's GDP through the employments it creates, through the value adds and other things. So for emphasis, we need to look at what we mean by local content. And it's important that we have that conversation so that as we move towards developing partnership models, we understand what each side of divide is coming with. I've listened to the local content definition for Uganda, very apt, talking about raw materials, talking about ownership structure, talking about in-country value addition. We also have the same emphasis in Nigeria. It's composite value add, which means what can be produced in Nigeria. It also talks about development of capacity and capability. The local content organization, that is the NCDMB, has capacity development as part of its mandate, because we believe that if you don't build capacity, no matter the quality of laws that you put out there, you will not get anywhere, and you cannot shut down the industry because you want to enforce local content. So for every provision in the NOGIC Act, there's a consequent requirement for capacity development of the local supply chain. Then it also places significant emphasis on utilization of Nigerian human, material resources and services. And these services have to meet industry standards. So this is the emphasis of local content for us in Nigeria. So what that means is that if we have identified opportunities as part of the business-to-business arrangements that we hope to achieve as part of this conversation, then it is possible for a Ugandan company to just have 49% ownership in its business, a Nigerian 51%, and you can incorporate a new entity in Nigeria. That provision is possible under our law. And I think that gives us a sense of sustainability. So it's not a loose arrangement that is just tied to one project. Then after the project, everybody leaves. The capacities that have been built is thrown away. But you have to have a sustainable structure that enables you to do business both in Nigeria and also in Uganda. Fortunately, our laws, the requirements for ownership in Uganda also takes care of this. So it's possible for us to have structures that can enable businesses from both sides. A little bit about history, just for us to know how we started the local content journey. It started with the realization that we've had so many years of oil exploration in Nigeria, but again, so much of capital flight. And I'm happy that as a new frontier in Uganda, you are learning the mistakes of Nigeria so that you don't repeat the same mistakes. So it took us about 50 years to get to the local content journey, which started about 2001. We started with a policy and a national aspiration. So it was a building block arrangement. So we didn't just push a law and then we struggled to implement. No, we were very deliberate in creating the building blocks. And then it was domiciled with the National Oil Company, your own UNOC, but our own NMPC. They were asked to implement the local content program. And that was done for about 5 years. Implementation was through presidential directives, which had to be enforced by the National Oil Company in partnership with the operating companies. The success of that experiment, the learnings, the stakeholder engagement led to the enactment of a law, which is the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Contents Act. So that was our journey, and it's important we also share that so that when you are coming up with a law, you know, I know you have regulations, but if there's a need for us to have laws, then it has to be built on a solid foundation. So our act has given us 2 broad mandates: to develop capacity and also monitor compliance. Capacity development, again, revolves around building the capacity of the local supplier industry. So we look at the issues around the supplier industry, and then we'll build capacities and interventions around those issues. So it's about skill gaps, and that is why we have human capital development. It's about lack of ownership of assets. Assets are placed in the hands of foreigners. That's why we have asset ownership. It's also about manufactured materials. As a country, our manufacturing sector contributes just about 10% to our GDP. So manufacturing is a very major area of interest for us, because if you don't grow your manufacturing capabilities, then you continue to depend on imported materials. The oil sector has a lot of demand for materials, but then if you don't have a robust manufacturing sector, then you continue to depend on imported. So that is why manufacturing of materials is also one of the major programs. Then enforcement. Once you're able to build capacity, then you have the basis to enforce compliance. But then enforcement is not just wielding the big stick. It's around advocacy. There has to be some change management elements. When people are used to a particular way of doing things, operators are used to certain OEMs, the local supply chain is used to opening LCs, there has to be a deliberate change management to let them understand why local content is very important. As an economic development model, that message has to be passed. And then you apply administrative sanctions, so you don't have to take people to court all the time and then disrupt the industry. Administrative sanctions allows you to ask them to remediate their infringements to the provisions of the NOGIC Act. It is when it is repeated several times that you now go to the last leg, which is legal sanctions. Our law allows us to do that, but then we don't apply that unnecessarily. We go through these 2 processes before we wield the big stick. The local content program is anchored on 6 parameters: the regulatory framework, gap analysis, capacity building, research and development, incentives and funding, and then access to markets. Under the regulatory framework, I've talked about the journey. Now we have a law. And the law is the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act. It's on our website. And then it promotes and enables investments. Again, the emphasis is capacity building. So it's not just about local capacity, but even foreign direct investments. And then it also gives first consideration for materials, assets, human capital from Nigeria. First consideration. But then it also has to be competitive. Local content is not at all costs. So again, you have to build capacity. You have to build volumes. It takes account of local peculiarities. Each country has its own unique features in terms of development, in terms of infrastructure. So you have to take that into account when you're setting those targets and thresholds so that you don't disrupt the industry. There's provision for periodic amendments in our law so that as you build capacity, you change the goalposts in terms of thresholds. As you build capacity, you expand the frontiers of compliance. Then local content, most of the materials we use, equipment, 70% depend on steel. So there has to be sectoral linkage with other sectors, like the iron and steel. There has to be sectoral linkage with the maritime sector because of the vessels that are used, with the manufacturing sector. So you have to, as you speak around local content, building capacity, you also have to bring into the room other sectors so that you can have a conversation. If you're talking about software development, you cannot leave out the ICT sector. So it's important that you have those sectoral linkages in mind. If you're talking about human capital development, you cannot leave out the education sector. Very important as you have your conversations. We also created what we call the Nigerian Content Consultative Forum. I talked about local content sitting on 3 tripods: the regulator, the local supply industry, and of course the project promoters. Regulators are not experts in the business of drilling. They are regulators. So they need a think tank to guide the discussion around what are the issues. If I'm talking about fabrication, I need to understand from a fabrication yard what the issues are. If I'm talking about systems integration, I need to discuss what are the issues, what are the opportunities, and then how do we build your capacity. If you sit in your room and begin to promulgate strategy, it's not going to work. But when you engage these stakeholders, you have a structured meeting with them, you have the regulators sitting and listening and taking notes. It is easy for you to now come up with strategies that will be implementable and successful. So it's important that you also look at the opportunity to set up a consultative forum that comprises the regulators, the project promoters, and the business owners, so that can enable. For us, the consultative forum has enabled us to understand HCD's interventions, infrastructure requirements in the industry, how do we support hardware assembly, software development, how do we create baseline data about capacities that exist, and of course, providing data to them also on demand profiles so that they can be prepared to understand the opportunities that are upcoming, and that way they're able to position their business strategy around meeting those business opportunities in the industry. As part of our regulatory framework, we also have the 10-year strategic roadmap. It's important that you have a roadmap to understand where you want to be over 3 years, 5 years. We had 10 years because we wanted to look at the long-term program of the board. It's anchored around 5 pillars, one of which is technical capability development. Again, the emphasis is you must have a resilient local supply chain before you can begin to count the success of local content. So the local supply chain must be enabled. They must be technically capable to deliver quality service, to be competitive in the industry. You must also have an enabling business environment to thrive, because if your country has so much restrictions, then it's not going to help. If securing permits is a challenge, if business registration is a challenge, if access to finance is a challenge, then there's still a problem. So we recognize that, and then it becomes one of our major areas of interest. Compliance and enforcement, what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. So you must have that also. Then within the organization of the regulator, it's also important that you have people that are experienced, people that understand the business, because regulator is not necessarily a policeman. Regulator is somebody that enables business. So, but for you to enable business, you must understand the business. So organizations that regulate local contents, like the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, the UNOC, must have people that have the requisite qualification. Business processes must be optimized, automated, so that the speed with which you respond to tender, the speed with which you respond to monitoring is fast enough to ensure that businesses don't cripple as a result of over-regulation. Then, of course, we realize that the Nigerian market, as big as it is, 30% of reserves, but it's not enough to attract certain businesses, because there's the concept of economies of scale when you want to talk about big-ticket items like setting up manufacturing capabilities. Your per unit cost depends on the economies of scale. So having realized that, we decided to look at the African markets as our opportunity, to look beyond the oil and gas sector. If you have a fabrication yard, the telecoms also make use of it, they construct, they fabricate their telecom masts. So you have to look at the bigger picture in terms of who are the users of these products within Nigeria, within the other sectors, and also across Africa. So when you have a demand profile that is encouraging in terms of numbers, then you'll be able to attract businesses. But when your numbers don't really have economic viability, then you will not be able to attract investment. So for us in Africa, we need to understand these concepts so that we look at Africa as the market, and where capacities exist in Nigeria. For instance, if you have a cable manufacturing facility in Nigeria, you look at that. If it can supply your cable requirements in Uganda, then you don't need to set up a cable manufacturing plant. Otherwise, capacity utilization will be low. Likewise, if we see a valve assembly plant, for instance, in Uganda, we don't need to establish one in Nigeria. We use that Ugandan base as our source of valves. So we can have that kind of database that shows the capacities that exist, so that we don't replicate and repeat capacities and then end up with very low capacity utilization, because it kills businesses. Then, of course, enablers, funding, regulatory environments, and then collaboration and stakeholder engagement, which is part of what we're having today. Very, very important that we talk to each other, understand where we're coming from, and chart a common agenda. The second pillar is the gap analysis. So we have what we call the 1x4 opportunity matrix in the oil sector, which means for every oil block, there are about 4 layers of opportunity. The owner of the oil block, the EPC contractor, the local service companies, and then the ancillary service providers, what you call the ring-fenced opportunities. So this presents a huge opportunity in terms of local value addition. And it's important that you pay attention to all these layers. So where you don't have strength, you build capacity over time. Where you have strength, you ring-fence it and say, okay, only your country nationals can do that. For you to achieve that, you must have the baseline data of available in-country capacity and capabilities. We have started that in Nigeria. So our NOGIC JQS, the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Joint Qualification System, has the database of service companies. But beyond that, we also do what we call baseline data survey to really understand and get their current capacity, their capacity utilization, their employment. So with that database, you already know the capacities that exist. When operators want to tender They first of all look at the capacities that exist, and then they do a validation in terms of how, to what extent those capacities that exist can actually deliver the scope of work that is in the tender. Very important. Then you also need to have demand profile of opportunities. In Nigeria, we have what we call the Nigerian Oil and Gas Opportunity Fair. Every 2 years, we get the operators to come and speak around upcoming projects. From the upcoming projects and the capacities that exist, you begin to filter the gaps that exist in your country, and then begin to close those gaps before those projects mature, because it takes about close to 24 months before projects mature. Then you have to strike a balance between aspirational targets and realism. So if you check our schedule to the acts, they are largely aspirational targets. It is where we want to be. For instance, the schedule says 100% line pipes. But we started with just 10% capacity in country, now we're about 40%. And we'll begin to build it that way. So that is how you set your targets. And then, of course, gap closure intervention, looking at the entire exploration and production life cycle opportunities, very important. I like the conversation around even catering services, because food is very important, especially for community empowerment. So you look at the entire life cycle opportunity, not just the big ticket items. And then you look at to what extent you'll be able to intervene to create big tickets, a high impact in terms of industry retention. We also have what we call the local content matrix. Here, it allows you to prioritize, because resources are scarce, timelines are also not there. When you have an oil field and you want to quickly get to first oil, you might not necessarily want to do local content at once. So like somebody says, a marathon. So for us, what we have done is we look at the local content matrix opportunity. So we realize that procurement accounts for about 54%. So we put it as the impact of economy is large, and then ease of implementation, we recognize the difficulties. So that gives us an idea of the where to prioritize and how to prioritize. Engineering, shipping, logistics, construction systems, and so on. So we have this matrix that guides us in terms of prioritizing our resource deployments on local content implementation. It's a very important tool for you to use so that you can also have that prioritization. Once you're able to build capacity, as you'll see shortly, in one area, then you channel your resources to build capacity in other areas. The third leg is the capacity development initiative. This is where you focus on, based on what you have seen during the gap analysis, you now focus, and then the prioritization, you now determine where you want to focus on in terms of gap closure. So for us, we looked at 4 different pillars for capacity building. The first is manufacturing and infrastructure development. We realized that most of the representatives of original equipment manufacturers in Nigeria only play at the marketing stage. So they tender with their companies, indicating that they are OEM reps, and then they win the tender. So we say, oh, Nigerian content has been achieved in terms of contract award. But the moment that contract is awarded, LC is opened, equipment is imported, and then they now have a role to play in servicing and probably maintenance and installation. So we wanted to change the trajectory, that every original equipment manufacturer should have a role to play in the manufacturing phase of the equipment. And that's why we called it Equipment Component Manufacturing Initiative. That means by rights, the OEM should have a facility in Nigeria that manufactures components of the equipment. And then that way, it enables assembly to be done in Nigeria. And then you get what we call the Nigerian Content Equipment Certificates, if you're able to achieve that. And then for service companies, we also said service equipment must be owned by Nigerians. We also saw a situation where the Nigerians are used in the tender, but then the equipments are not owned by them. So the day rates associated with those equipments, well completion equipments, don't necessarily get to Nigerians are not beneficial owners. So we wanted to change that narrative so that Nigerians are also owners of those equipments. And we've seen companies like Halliburton actually doing a lot in ensuring that that happens. But it's not an easy intervention, but because we also realize that the resources you require to achieve ECMI is huge. We're talking about having to acquire land, to build shop floors, to have the necessary ISO certification, to build capability around design. It's not easy. So we also came up with the Nigerian Oil and Gas Park Scheme, which is basically to provide an environment for manufacturing to happen. So we build the infrastructure, which includes the shop floor, the road network, embedded power, which gives you 24/7 power, a research center, a training center, a manufacturing shop floor. So once that is established, you reduce the startup costs for companies that intend to set up manufacturing. And because of the sophisticated nature of the infrastructure, you also reduce the per unit cost of production. Because once you have access to power, and then you have the OEM support, then you'll be able to reduce your per unit cost. And then we also set first consideration for anybody that is in the oil and gas park, which means there's business assurance from government. So these are the enablers. Then we also created the $50 million manufacturing support fund for any company that sits within the oil and gas park at single digits, 8% interest. So these are the enablers that we have created for these people to be able to achieve success. Marine fabrication yards upgrades, we did a baseline census of manufacturing, of fabrication yards, which gave us an indication of the actual fabrication yards. Some of the fab yards that are registered on the JQS are not necessarily fab yards, but when we did the baseline census, we actually understood those that are in the business. And then there's a support lever that is coming with that awakening in terms of even their recognition on the JQS, categorization of fabrication yards, and of course, ultimately funding support. Gas-based industries is also a priority area. Human capital development, we have what we call the direct training intervention, which means for EPC contracts, major contracts, there has to be a training budget. And depending on the size of the project, it's about 3% of the project costs. Now what that does is the skill gaps identified to execute that project is what we use as a training requirement. And then we get trainers to train people on the back of that project. So the training happens throughout the life of that project. We also have the Youth Empowerment, Employment and Entrepreneurship Program. I talked about sectoral linkages. It's not every youth in the community that must necessarily work in the oil and gas sector. So there are opportunities to empower youths in other sectors that are relevant to those communities. Then centers of excellence, working with Octan, and then R&D centers of excellence. We have 5 centers of excellence that we're promoting. Asset ownership is part of the Nigerian Content Intervention Funds that we're providing, but we also have what we call the Marine Sector Service Strategy, which basically categorizes marine vessel owners. And then you get first consideration if you're a Nigerian-owned marine vessel until the full capacity of Nigerian-owned vessels is achieved before we use foreign vessels. Supplier development is the fund. I'll talk about it shortly. And then also the Project 100. I'll talk about it shortly. Our intervention is data-driven. We have the local content, Nigerian oil and gas industry content joint qualification system, where we monitor the growth in the number of service companies, number of individuals that register on the JQS. All the training programs are extracted from individuals that register with the JQS. As at the last count, about 8,000 service companies. individuals, 241,000. Fabrication yards that were verified, 50. Design engineering companies, 20. Manufacturing, 122. And we're still counting. So we do this across all these different sectors so that we'll filter those that are really in the business. And then it makes even the tendering process easier. Because when you have 200 companies tendering for fabrication work, meanwhile only 50 are actually in the business, then it delays you, but then it doesn't give you the maximum in terms of value realization. We have our set of tools that we use to deploy Logic JQS, the Nigerian Content Plan, and I've seen that a lot in the presentation by PAU, which shows that we're all on the same course. We have the research and development framework. We realize that for any country to achieve maximum local content, there must be a research and development ecosystem that enables the development of new technology, the improvement on existing processes. That is very important. So the R&D framework allows us to work with the industry, the users of technology, to understand their priorities in terms of requirements. And then working with the universities, basic research, applied research, and then of course supporting prototype development and commercialization of research under the NCDMB R&D framework. And then enforcing the utilization of any technology that is locally developed, working with our partners in the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. That is the framework. So it enables, the law requires that every operator submits a 3 to 5 year R&D plan. So that R&D plan must align to the needs of the industry. So it's not just doing research for the purpose of research, but it has to close a gap, produce water management, enhance oil recovery. These are some of the areas that are of interest. And then upon successful breakthrough, utilization must be also guaranteed. That way, every dollar spent on R&D is targeted at utilization and deployment in the industry. So we enable that through the roadmap, which sets a clear direction in where we want to be in terms of R&D. We have an incubation center within NCDMB that incubates young talents. We do annual call for proposals to identify, to send challenges to our youths. They come up with solutions, we filter them, and then we admit them into the incubation center. And we have a specific funding for that. And then they're able to transition from idea to prototyping to startup companies. We have a research council. Again, I keep saying we're not experts in some of these things, so we established a research council that constitutes the academia, other regulators to support us in the policy formulation. And then we hold an biannual R&D fair and conference to bring everybody together so that we can set a common agenda on research. Our fund for intervention is the 5th pillar. We have so far created a $500 million fund to support the industry. That comes from the 1% deduction on all upstream contracts, which is paid to the Nigerian Content Fund. Now, we were able to understand the unique requirements of the industry, and then we packaged the different product papers around those peculiarities. And that's why you will see interventions around asset acquisition so that they can buy vessels, contract financing so that they can execute contracts with single-digit financing, manufacturing so that they can set up shop floors with single-digit financing, community contractors to enable the community to have resources to establish enterprises. Working capital is also part of it so that you have resources to use for their day-to-day operations. We also recognize diversity. Women in oil and gas, they also have their own fund. And then loan refinancing for companies that are doing very well, but they're being charged 22% interest, then they come to the fund to refinance the loan. I repeat, companies that are doing very well in terms of meeting their loan obligations. So ultimately is to create jobs, is to grow capacity, is to be competitive in terms of loan pricing. It has a tenure of 5 years and then single obligor limit of $10 million. So this is a model that we can use to, I am happy to hear that a content fund is being considered. So it speaks to the 300 million is, we used development banks to support some of these interventions because we are not bankers. So what we also do is we look at institutions that have better skills, that have the better mandate to partner with. So there's a 300 million, which is with the Bank of Industry, Nexim 100, NOGAPS for the oil and gas 50, and then the research fund 50. The last intervention is the access to markets. So we have a competitive procurement process in Nigeria, which goes all the way from the Nigerian content plan, technical evaluation, commercial evaluation, and then recommendation for award. And the requirements is competitive pricing, compliance with local content requirements, and then of course, schedule, technology, and so on. So for us, regulatory compliance, alliances and partnerships will help you to also establish and meet business opportunities in Nigeria. So it's important that you take note of these requirements so that as you have partnerships in Nigeria, you understand that this is the trajectory that you need to follow. So the next presentation is on the Supplier Development Program. We initiated the Project 100 initiative as a strategic supplier development program to identify, nurture, and develop 100 companies to move them from their current level, and we deliberately pick people that are small players in terms of volume of transaction to become large enterprises through very strategic interventions. Those interventions were co-created with the suppliers. They told us this is our pain points, and then we structured the interventions around that. So there are 6 steps in Project 100. The selection process, the preparation. We do what we call rapid diagnostics. So each of you, a regulator comes to your business to understand your ownership structure, your business model, your organizational structure, and then of course your growth aspirations. And then based on that, the regulator now determines your developmental needs. If you need to train people, if you need ISO certification, that is also determined. And then the operator supports you to achieve those landmarks. And then when we are satisfied, we do an impact assessment to see how you have moved from where you were before to where you are, and then you now exit. The interventions revolved around non-financial and financial. So it's not everything is not about money. The non-financial interventions were centered around access to market. Now we use the word access deliberately because being a Project 100 doesn't mean that we will jettison that procurement process that I talked about, but it allows the operators, the project promoters to listen to you. So we organize workshops to understand your service offerings, and then they do their selection based on what you have told them. So there's always a catalog of Project 100 profiles with the operators. Some have been successful to get contracts. Some have come to us for referrals, which we have done, and they've been able to make landmark progressions. Capacity building, we've sponsored deliberate capacity building interventions around training for Project 100 companies. And then, of course, research and development. They are allowed to come into our technology incubation center. Business insights, we send business insights to them to understand the trends in the business world. And then we support them, we sponsor their participation in major events like the OTC, the Africa Local Content Forum, the Canadian Global Petroleum Show. And then policy interventions, we understand the business dynamics of our country, and then we support by working with other government agencies to shape policy directions so that it will be pro-production. For the financial interventions, it's more around access to finance, so they have access to all the funds that I've talked about. We normally give them awards, and part of the awards also requires that we go through our governing council to get approval for them to be able to, we provide the guarantees, so they don't ask them for guarantees. We provide the guarantee because they have demonstrated growth over the 3 years that they were mentored. Then partnerships and collaborations. We've seen a lot of Project 100 companies forming partnerships to participate in tenders, and they've come back to us to say it was a very successful approach, because where you have silo capacities, you probably will not win, but when you now harmonize your capacities, then you have more, better opportunity to work with, to win tenders. 2 of them have signed MOUs with Singapore counterparts to bid for jobs, because we also have this forum with the Singapore enterprise. 2 companies have now been successful, and I hope that at the end of these engagements, we'll also add that Petan has a successful MOU with companies in Uganda. There are 12 service offerings covered, and all these are high impact areas of the industry. So any growth that you achieve in any of these sectors means a growth in local content mileage. The major impact of Project 100 is import substitution, turnover increase, enhanced capacity, business expansion. Now for suppliers, what are the key questions? It's around growth. How do we achieve growth? How do we adapt to trends? Today we are hearing about energy transition. So what does that mean for our business? We must be able to have a model that enables us to respond. Years back, we only hear about vessels, but today we are talking about dynamically positioned vessels, moved from DP1, DP2, DP3, and so on. So you must be able to adapt. Then access to markets, how do we position ourselves as leaders in the markets? So if we have 3 or 4 service offerings, what should we prioritize? So that we'll be known, we'll have a known brand. Quality service delivery. Oil sector is not about compromising standards. Local content is not about compromising standards. So investment in skills, certification of your personnel is very important. ISO certification is also very key. Then you also have to be resilient. Because the idea is the likes of Halliburton, Schlum have lasted for many years, many decades. So we want to see Nigerian companies also having that kind of track record. So the levers for achieving that is basically around clear aspiration and adaptability. As a local supplier, you must have clear aspiration. We've seen suppliers having 7, 8, 9, 10 businesses. Every year you go for permits. Every year, how do you now stretch your resources? So you have to have a clear aspiration and be adaptable. You must have a governance and operating model that responds to the needs of especially the financial institutions. Some of the intervention funds that we have put together, part of the feedback that we got is poor governance structure has hampered the ability of some service companies to access finance. Because they look at your governance structure as very weak, then you're a high-risk business. They don't give you loan. So governance and operating model is very important. You must have a clear business plan. Sustainable revenue models is also there, so you're not in today and then you're out tomorrow. Targeted projects and initiatives must be very strategic and deliberate. So when you have the compendium of business opportunities, you must identify where you want to play and build your capacity around that, instead of stretching too far and then you don't end up having the requisite capabilities. And of course, strategic partnerships and alliances and mergers where possible. We've seen how mergers have helped companies to grow. So strategic partnerships is very important, and I hope that this is going to be a major outcome of this event. And of course, performance management. You must have a performance management metrics. So you measure your growth, you measure how you're doing, you measure your weaknesses, and then you also look at how to close those gaps. So the kind of model that we have put together for supplier development impact assessment is, next slide please. So you can see clearly, based on the tool that we have deployed for Project 100 companies, we're able to see about 900 remedial actions, and they include governance and leadership changes so that they can be better positioned for sustainability. We've seen culture of strategic planning. Some of them didn't have a strategic planning culture. So now they understand that they need to have strategic plans so that to drive their business over 3-5 years. Organizational enablement. The structures must be sustainable. People must know that, okay, this is the head of finance, different from auditor. Those delineations have to happen for you to be able to succeed. And then, of course, business processes must be improved. When there's an advert for a tender and you don't have the right procurement team, you end up missing on the dates, or you don't even fill the right templates. Very basic. You have what it takes to win that tender. But these very, very basic errors will just knock you off. So if you have the right business processes in place, you know when a tender is arriving, you know when it's due to be submitted, you know the levers, the approvals that you need to get before the dates. And then during execution also, you know schedule management. That comes with a robust business process and probably automation, very important. So this is an important tool that you can also use in your business. So what are our achievements? Again, like I said earlier, if you have a roadmap, then you'll be able to measure your achievements around those levers. So our target was to achieve 70% local content, less than 5% before the Act, 26% 2017, now we're at 42%. So we're able to see the growth. Now, in measuring the growth, you won't just celebrate that, okay, you've done 42%, because it comes with a lot of inputs. It means improvement in employment, improvement in retention of industry spends. Out of the close to 200 projects monitored at a cost of about $20 billion, $8 billion was retained in Nigeria. You now look at the high impact areas where you did very well. Engineering services, project management, and then oil field services. Then you look at where you did not do very well. Procurement of manufactured materials still remains a major problem. And then you begin to look at how do we improve on our weaknesses, and then how do we consolidate on our gains, because achieving 89% is higher than your 70% threshold, but then it can drop if you don't sustain it. What are those things that you did to achieve that 89%? That if you don't sustain, then you crash. So it's very dynamic. So even though we're above targets for engineering, we need to sustain it. Services, fabrication, project management, we have 42%, 5 years to go, less than 5 years to 2027. How do we up our game to ensure that we don't miss the 2027 target of 70% across board? So this is also very important. When you set targets, you also do your periodic checks to see where you are and then the improvements that you require. Collaboration has also brought us to partner with the Petroleum Technology Development Fund in the establishment of a center of excellence. The vocational center is located in Port Harcourt. It's due for commencement in 2023, and it's going to be available for training of Nigerians and Africans. So we're going to broadcast this training center once we complete the phase. So it provides an opportunity for us to also move Ugandans to Nigeria for training in vocational trade and vice versa. So that way we are able to have that seamless integration in terms of curriculum, in terms of knowledge sharing, and then in terms of manpower utilization, because the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement also allows for mobility of labor across Africa. So once we are able to establish centers in different countries, so this is specialized in vocational training. If you have a center that is specialized in subsea in Uganda, for instance, it becomes our go-to location. So that kind of conversation has to happen. The oil and gas parks are also 2 of them. We have 6, but 2 will be due in 2023. And I've talked about it earlier. This is just a work in progress. In terms of infrastructure, we have 5 coating yards. The celebrated East Africa gas pipeline, 1,400 kilometers, requires close to 400,000 tons of line pipes. So imagine if this facility makes use of the coating yards in Nigeria, how that can easily reduce capital flights to Europe. So this is kind of model. So once we see that these opportunities exist, these capacities exist, then we look at how do we take account of them, use that information to map them out as part of what we will use in determining the kind of projects execution strategy. We also have the first FPSO integration yard in West Africa. That yard was used for the Egina FPSO integration and fabrication of modules. So we have those capabilities around fabrication of modules and FPSO integration in Nigeria. Again, that can be leveraged. There's a training center for welding also within this center. We have training centers, vocational training centers. We support the upgrade of training technical colleges just to make sure that we build the pipeline of training centers in Nigeria. Facilities like Tolman exists, non-destructive testing, and so on. This is just a few examples because we don't want to spend so much time. But important message here is designed to close skill gaps, reduce dependence on expatriates, then maximize use of training and certification centers. So if we have similar data from Uganda, then we know that you have strengths in these centers. So we'll move people here also as part of the collaboration. Fabrication yards also, we have SIPEM in Nigeria. We have pipe threading and OCTG plants in Nigeria. Then we have the UNOC steel. So assuming part of the steel required for this line pipe required for the East Africa gas pipeline can also consider this as an opportunity. Manufacturing and assembly, based on the successes of the Nigerian content equipment certificates, we have NCEC holders that are doing good business in the industry, expansion of valve assembly plants. We have been able to produce and export about 1 million liters of protective paints on the back of projects that originated from Nigeria to Korea. The Egina FPSO, the LNG train, the LNG tankers benefited from these projects. And you can imagine the ISO certifications, the thoroughness in which that was done. So it's an important information. We also have cable manufacturing plants in Nigeria. They get funding support through the Nigerian Content Intervention Fund. There's also opportunity for partnership. Marine vessels, we've been able to grow our marine vessel ownership. Ownership is very important here, that's the word, to 40%, and that is because of the marine sector strategy, which provides for categorization of marine vessel owners. So once you're a grade A certified Nigerian content company, then you are given first consideration. We're also trying to build our ship repair and maintenance capabilities. And then, of course, we're collaborating with other agencies. We invest a lot in cadet training because that is also, manpower utilization is also very key. So it's a full supply chain capability that we are looking at, not just the ownership of the vessels, but also the manpower and also the lubricants that are used, the engines and so on. NCDMB, as an agency of government that is enabled to catalyze businesses, also invests as an equity shareholder. Now, what this does for us is it allows us to bring in new businesses in the hydrocarbon value chain. And because of our local content philosophy, it also helps us to guide those industries to ensure local content maximization. So far, we have invested in modular refineries. I'm sure you know that we have a gap in refining capacity, LPG value chain development, lube plants, gas to power, and then methanol production. Now, I've tried to bring out the opportunities from a local content perspective so that you can also understand that beyond being an equity investor, you also create opportunities for your local supply chain to be suppliers of this business. Project phase is probably 3 to 4 years, but some of these projects will last 50, 60 years if they are well maintained. The Dangote refinery, 650,000 barrels, huge opportunity for materials post-construction. Now, if we don't build local capabilities in Africa, probably we'll continue to import those materials from abroad. So this gives you a scenario of the kind of opportunities that exist in hydrocarbon development. So if you don't have an opportunity in being part of project development, you have an opportunity during the operations phase, which is even longer. So these are some of the opportunities: construction, scrubbers, compressors, heat exchangers. Human capital, also a continuous business because you continuously train and retrain the workforce. So there's a lot of opportunity in that. So let's not just restrict our partnerships to the upstream opportunities, but there are also opportunities midstream, downstream, and this provides you with. So research and development. The smart gas leak detector is one of the interventions being supported by NCDMB, and I thought I should share how this was done. We had a young man coming to say, okay, as Nigeria has declared the decade of gas, which means we want to deepen our gas penetration. The major issue around acceptability of gas is the risk. But I have a solution, a smart gas detector that allows you to detect any gas leakage. If you're at home, if you're in your office, it sends an alert to your phone. If you don't respond, it triggers a call. So we supported that intervention under the Technology Incubation Center. We funded the development of the prototypes. We ensured they got the patent from the agency responsible, Nigerian Office of Technology Acquisition and Promotion. And then we also supported the field trial. The business case was done by an independent financial institution, and it showed the viability as a startup company. We were conscious of the fact that our financial institutions are not matured enough to support startups. So we funded as an equity investor with an exit plan. That organization today will be commissioned. My director on the board of NCDMB is here. They approved that project, and we hope to commission it by December. Now, 2, 3 young Nigerians with an idea, but ultimately, when we visited the shop floor, as you can see, under construction, a lot of Nigerians were engaged. Upon commencement, they intend to employ about 400. So you can see how innovation-driven economy creates jobs, but it has to be enabled by governments. So as you work towards your content funds, you should also think about committing part of it for research and development. So we are excited by these developments. We have about 20 of similar youths that we're supporting in the incubation center. And we hope that they will be the new face of job creation in Nigeria. If you imagine what happens in Silicon Valley, how they mature new ideas to become the Facebooks of this world, then you can understand where I'm coming from. So it's a model that we should all adapt as Africans to ensure that innovation drives growth. I also want to share this. This is just an illustration, because it's important that as we speak, as we move towards partnerships, we understand how this can work. Now, I just used a case study of Valve to demonstrate how pattern companies from Uganda can actually partner. Imagine the components of valves. This is the model most EU countries use. No OEM manufactures all components. No country manufactures all components. They get it from different locations. And then somebody assembles and then ships to Nigeria. So imagine if all that is happening in Nigeria, in Africa. The valve business is a $40 billion business. So even if you get 10% of it, it's quite a lot. So I've tried to illustrate that we can actually, based on the equipment component manufacturing initiative, look at how some countries in Africa can actually manufacture some components. And then we have the Nigerian Oil and Gas Park, which can now bring all the components together and then do the assembly. So everything around design, production, assembly is happening within different African countries. And there are agreements that enable this transfer of products. And then somebody is assembling it, not just for Nigerian market, but bringing it back probably to Uganda, to Egypt, to Kenya, as a finished product. So everything is concentrated within Africa. So it's called Made in Africa, and is driven by AFTA. Our leaders, the presidents, have signed the Continental Free Trade Agreement. So they have empowered us. We are the technocrats as regulators that must ensure that the provisions of these agreements is translated into wealth creation opportunities for the local supply chain. So all these components will be by local suppliers, pattern companies, Ugandan service companies. But then we have to enable that. So this is a model that I think we can use to develop similar models for oil field services, for design engineering, and so on, so that we optimize capacities within Africa and build finished products that have their origin from Africa, because AFTA emphasizes country of origin. Very important. So in my conclusion, I want to, first of all, appreciate my director on the board of NCDMB, Mr. Nick. Deserves special recognition, because in the NCDMB structure, we recognize that the only people that can give us quality policy direction is the business people. So Petan is among one of our board members. So I want to thank you for this collaboration. Without the support of Petan, we would not be able to achieve what we have achieved. So thank you. I want to also appreciate the organizers for giving us this opportunity. My sister Jessica, we've come a long way to also allow us to share this information. We'll continue to share information. I also want to thank the audience for listening. But for this to be a very successful outing, It is what happens after these engagements. And therefore, my conclusion speaks to some of the things that I believe we can do. First is to develop a supplier database. What exists in Nigeria, what exists in Uganda. I deliberately recognized Mr. Nicholas because he has the capacity and the pushing power to ensure that from our own end in Nigeria and SCDMB, we provide that information as quickly as possible. Then we need to start similar information from Uganda, where we know the capacities of your companies, the capabilities, the employment status, and then the opportunity for goods. I mean, the East Africa is one of the opportunities, but there are several others. We also have several other projects. The Bonga, if it comes back, Uge, Owodi, Prowe, Bosi, and so many other projects, largely offshore. So that can be made available. Now we set up a technical team to dissect each of these opportunities into manpower requirements, materials, services, and probably infrastructure. And then we create a matrix on what do we have in Uganda, what do we have in Nigeria, where are the gaps. So it is project driven. So it's not, you are not theorizing it, we are doing it to achieve a certain objective, which is to ensure that there's maximum utilization of capacities that exist on execution of projects. Now, once we do that, we now come up with what we call the Supplier Intervention Fund, Supplier Development Intervention, where we now look at the gaps. Okay, we both don't have certain skills. How do we close that gap? We both don't have certain equipments. How do we acquire the equipment? Where should it be domiciled? And then what are the sectoral linkage opportunities so that it's not just sitting on a project, then once that project is ended, project life is usually short. We don't have the need for that facility. What are the other sectoral linkage opportunities that we can deploy the capacities that we have built, developed? And then, of course, we'll have two levels of agreement, the country-to-country agreement, so that our respective leaders know that this is happening, and they will support us. For instance, in NCDMB, if we have a partnership with a Ugandan company, and they want to leverage the Nigerian Content Intervention Fund, it will be made available. It will be made available, but that has to be brought to the notice of our leaders. Then you now have your business-to-business partnerships based on the unique opportunities that have been identified when we look at when we break down the opportunities. We'll continue with the knowledge exchange. Sometimes we even look at project execution workshops. So where we have workshops tied to projects, we now invite our peers to listen in. Okay, this opportunity is coming. How do we harness capacities? And then, of course, if we do that, we'll now execute these contracts jointly. So successful execution through partnership. That's the message. But then the final element is impact assessments. So periodically, we'll review those MOUs to see how much impact have we created in terms of new technologies that have been developed, in terms of the revenues retained in our respective countries. How much revenue have we been able to retain in Uganda, in Nigeria? How many new jobs have we been able to create? How much have we supported the growth in the intra-Africa trade? Because currently, 15%, we want to double it. So to what extent has our collaboration been able to enable that? How much has our intervention supported Africa's contribution to world trade? Currently at 3% only. Meanwhile, we have a population of over 1 billion. So we must put those metrics to measure if we are really creating the right impact. And then finally, the sustainability of those businesses. Because I talked about a structure-based approach, not a loose arrangement. So how many of these businesses have survived over 3 years, over 5 years, over 10 years? So the concept of multinationals is because they've been having a cross-border approach to business. So we should also have that as part of our mindsets. So there's opportunity for us to work together, and I'm happy and I hope that this platform has provided the springboard for those conversations to happen, and we'll see a lot of partnership between companies in Nigeria and in Uganda. I thank you all for this opportunity. God bless.
Thank you very much, Abud Malik. I think we have heard it from the horse's mouth. At this moment, we'd like to recognize our online audience. They are sending in very good comments. We start with Amil Nambosa, yeah, and then we have Christopher, thanks for the great presentation. Lugolovi Dennis, good stuff. Owino Emmanuel, we appreciate all efforts that have been put to enhance oil and gas business in Uganda. Nwamanya Gerald, thanks Loida, nice presentation. Kenneth Emmanuel, Isaac Adams, and so many others, but there is one person who has sent in something that is challenging and said, thank you. Do we also have a similar association in Uganda? Joining such an association would be a great entry point for our company, and we are already registered on the National Supplier Database, and this is Ardent Engineering, who deal with environment and social studies. So, Ugandans, here we are. We are already past our lunchtime. Can you give us a few minutes for a few questions, or should we close now? It's your take, yes? A few questions. Anybody who is for a few questions? We can take like 5 questions at a go, and we break for lunch, because usually we end our workshops at 1. It's now 1:17, so we have to be out of here by 1:30. Dennis, there's a lady here who has a question, and Jimmy, I'll call you to support as and when. Where is question number 2? Question number 1 is there. Where is question number 2? Nobody else has a question? We have many microphones, so we'll take that question and we close that day. Okay, Jimmy, you can take over.
Thank you, but I think before we do that, I don't know about you guys, but I thought this was a very enlightening presentation. So let's put our hands together again and thank Abdul Malik. I actually thought that this room should have had a little more people than this. I wish we had done this as a keynote yesterday, because the ministers, the regulators, the operators, the key makers should have had this. What I heard, and I think it's important we reflect on it, that local content has got to be structured. It's got to be deliberate. And that you've got to identify the gaps, and that you've got to measure. And without doing that, it's just a loose association. But I've also heard that the Nigerians, just like Nick has said and Abdul Malik, are willing to share. So we have an opportunity here to probably do something similar. How we do it, I think, is a conversation of another day. But we can start the conversation here. So based on that, why don't we get into the Q&A? Who wants to go first? I can also, okay, there's a lady there. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Jimmy, for that. for that chance, for that opportunity. I'm called Ankonda Isabella, and I'm from TAN Energy Services Limited. We are a training company and also offer other services in the oil and gas industry. Thank you very much, our keynote speaker, for that welcoming conversation that you've shared with us. Currently, I am also serving on the committee of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association in Uganda. It combines all training providers in oil and gas in the country. And the good thing Jimmy has said, we can start sharing our problems from here. We can start a conversation from here. One of the challenges we are facing as an organization is in capacity building, yeah? Because one thing I've realized, all the speakers have mentioned the importance of capacity building, and I believe training is among the pillars of capacity building. So one of the challenges that we are facing is that the trainers we have in the country right now are not offering very specialized services in training, and those who do, they're very marginalized because these trainings are really expensive. So you realize that most companies are offering services in training in like risk assessment, health and safety, firefighting, and we have very few trainers who are in position to offer trainings in drilling operations, refinery operations, NDT inspection, and those are the things which are going to be coming up in the near future. So my request goes to PAO, because in 2019 it was the initiative of PAO to have this association in place, and I'm requesting maybe we can have an understanding with PTAN to have our trainers reach the standard of offering such quality trainings, because it would really be good for the sector. The trainings are not that controlled very well in the sector, yes. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. I'm sure my brothers from Nigeria will tell us Octan, which is something similar. But let's take the questions before we get the answers. There's a question there.
Thank you very much, Jimmy.
And also the regulators and UNOC, you're allowed to ask, because we are together in this. So don't hold back.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Edward Kabongoya. I'm from ANSA Investments. We are specialists in fire safety. Jimmy, you read my mind. I learned from our keynote speaker that local content has to be cultivated, nurtured, and perfected in order to realize good results. Now my humble question is this: how have you guarded against external sabotage?
Another one? There are 3 there.
Thank you, Jimmy. John Odieka from the New Vision. My question is, one is about the many institutions that you have that are looking good, like the Research Council. I don't know how these are funded, because in Uganda, we are trying to merge some of the institutions because of funding challenges. The other thing is communication. I think we have that problem. How is the communication done in Nigeria so that people know the opportunities? And finally is about, I don't know whether you have already excess equipment, technology in Nigeria that could easily come to Uganda. And then how has Nigeria been able to learn from the 50-year problem so that you are able to, I don't know what kind of learning system, because in Uganda we seem to need to have something that enables us to learn. Actually, Nigerians have been coming here and teaching us a lot, but it seems a lot of the lessons we have not been able to adopt. And thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Kutesa Mgumya. I'm the managing partner at Capital Law Partners and Advocates. I want to thank very much the keynote speaker for the very enlightening presentation. And my question or comment really would also touch on PAU. You mentioned, this is from the keynote speaker, you mentioned the 1% funding that is provided through the National Local Content Fund in Nigeria. And I wonder, because locally we have the problem of funding for our Ugandan companies to participate in the oil and gas industry. When we talk about the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement and the linkages that can be made between companies, how about looking at Nigerian companies that can access the funding in Nigeria, coming to joint venture with the local Ugandan companies? PAU, can you help us to assess where are the Ugandan companies that have a certain capacity level at this time, and how can we propel them into being able to actually take advantage of the existing opportunities? So that's my comment and question, and maybe challenge to PAU. We really need to get the ball rolling yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's an excellent, excellent question. There was another. Okay. So I think let's first take that set of questions, then we can do one more round. But as you come through, I like that valve model. I think everybody has been talking about the free trade African continent and how we are going, and everybody talks about immigration and passports and jobs and what, but we don't think about that. And if you drive a European car, you probably realize that the steering is made where, the battery is made where. It's never a German car, it's a European car. So that valve is a beautiful picture. It kind of brings it home for me. But please, you've got a set of questions. I think some of them will be answered by Petan, especially the one of training.
Thank you very much, the audience, for listening to the keynote speaker and for the questions asked. To the Trainers Association of Uganda, you probably read what we thought about, what we had discussed in Nigeria before coming. Just be rest assured that Octan, which is similar to yourselves, will be coming after we leave here to come work as part of the collaboration we are thinking of with Uganda suppliers. They'll be here, and when we've fully discussed all other issues bordering around it, there'll probably be a joint training center for these capacities and capabilities to be actually put in place, and certifications will take place so that Ugandans are not told that they don't have capacity to participate in the current trend in your country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. That's lovely. So we have Octan and the Uganda Association combining together, and with somebody helping. You had a couple of questions.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the one around how do we prevent external sabotage? So we had one experience at the early days of local content where we received a petition from the World Trade Organization stating that local content is anti-trade. And so what we did was we demonstrated that local content is not indigenization. That was the first mileage that we got, so it doesn't stop Europeans or whoever from coming to do business in Nigeria. And then we also indicated the impact of local content at community level, subnational level, and even a national level. We demonstrated that it was an economic development model and not a protectionist model, because that was their concern. So we're invited to the head office to reiterate that message. And since then, nobody has talked to us. So usually, when you talk about sabotage, it comes through institutions like WTO. And we participate in international events, OTC and so on, and we send the local content message. And clearly, there are many international companies operating in Nigeria. So I think to that extent, we don't have any pressure. But sabotage can also come if your local suppliers decide to compromise. So I present an organization as a local content compliant company. I indicate that 80% local content will be achieved on the projects, and I win. Design engineering, for instance, can be done remotely. So you can have internal sabotage also. So the performance management system must be such that it identifies the major inputs to any project execution and obtain clear evidence that local content was achieved. So that is my contribution there. Then in terms of funding of Research Council, so the Nigerian Content Development Fund allows us to use 30% of the fund for our operations. As we speak, we don't get funding from the federal budget again because we have exited appropriation, strictly depending on the development fund. So we fund the Research Council from that fund. Communication, it's also one of the very, very important enablers, as you can see in the roadmap. So communication is, of course, we have so many social media platforms, but then what we have done is we have dedicated programs on local content. The Practical Nigerian Content event happens every year in Bielsa. That's a platform that we use to communicate local content achievements. The Nigerian Oil and Gas Opportunity Fair happens every 2 years, where we showcase project opportunities. Research and Development Fair happens every 2 years, where we discuss research opportunities. Then we also have the Nigerian Content Consultative Forum is also a platform that also shares information in terms of upcoming projects. So there are so many communication channels, and of course we're on Twitter and all the social networks. Learned from 50 years of errors. So we're not ashamed to say that a lot of errors have happened in Nigeria over the last 50 years. And that is why before 2001, there was a commission called UNOC of, it's a Norwegian and Nigerian collaboration that actually did a study on the oil sector in Nigeria. That opened the eyes of our leadership on how much Nigeria is losing, but it also provided an opportunity for us to understand the weaknesses of our local supply chain, because the barriers to entry were clearly articulated in that UNOC report, and then the opportunities for optimizing local content in the oil sector were also provided. So yes, a lot of time has been wasted, and I hope that we won't have a similar experience with Uganda, because we're in this partnership to share information and then to ensure that we don't also make the same mistake, because your success is our success, Africa's success. Then the 1% NCDF is backed by the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Act. There's a specific law, provision in the law that mandates the operators to deduct the 1%. So it's not an option, it's compulsory. But what is important is the utilization, because the law simply says use it for projects, activities connected to oil and gas industry. So you must have an establishment that has a structure around utilization of that fund for it to be successful. So we have divided into 30% operations, 70% for industry-facing activities. So every year, 70% of that fund is used to support the industry. That is outside the 500 million, but was specifically for local supplier development. So again, what is important is to put performance measures to ensure that the funds, you're not just counting how much you have spent, but you're counting the impact of those expenditures on the local supply chain. Thank you.
Next set of questions. But I think as the questions come,
Again, the issue of measurement keeps coming up. Okay. Again, the issue of measurement keeps coming up. And I think UNOC and PAU, that's probably what to take away. And the question I have in my mind is how much cooperation is taking place between the Nigerian content and our own local content department. Forget about the visits, but the templates. Because some of these things we shouldn't be reinventing. These guys have done it, they've been there, they have lessons learned, they have made mistakes, but then they have successes. How do we pick those? How do we bring them on the table? And what conversations need to take place to ensure that this happens? So there is something where we have to sit back and think about this. The other thing which I hear is a cooperation between PETAN, the Technology Association of Nigeria, and the National Content Development Board, the Nigerian Content Development Board. We probably also in Uganda need to get that sophisticated. We need to have associations that move us to the next level. Associations which bring the real players together so that we talk about things, have an advocacy, lobby, and move it to the next level. When Nick was talking here about when he opened his remarks, he said, you guys need to collaborate rather than compete. And he seems to have some information that our associations are competing. It's a pity that all the associations are not in the room, but I think there's another conversation that needs to take place amongst us. Let's take another round of questions. Okay. Okay. Some guys need to fly. Just let's stop it.
Yeah, and actually that is the issue I was going to talk about. The rest of the questions you have, we can share them over lunch, and also you can send them to UNOC so that we can respond to them. We can send them to Nigeria, to wherever in the world. And we really thank you for being here with us. Dennis out there has the meal coupons. Where are we eating from? Paradise Restaurant on ground floor. And I would like to ask Jeremy to come and give us closing remarks, and also Nick. I don't know if you want to make them from here, or so those who have to fly, you can leave, please. And we have closing remarks from Nick and Jeremy.
I must say it's been wonderful being here, sharing, and more content you will get from the interview I granted to the TV, radio people outside. And from what Jessica has said, if there are questions during lunch, some of us are still here, they will work with you. But in closing, remember, collaborate, innovate, share, and influence whatever you do. Yesterday, we were talking about cross-border in Tanzania. It is important that we watch and ensure that when your work finishes on this side of the border, you can continue on the other side in Tanzania. The spend there is huge. Work with them, collaborate with them, invest in yourselves, and grow your capacity and your capabilities. We know, I spoke to some of you, and I said the agencies of government, UNOC, PAU, and your standard board should be there to mentor and encourage the local service company and the supply group. And again, form associations that are cohesive. Forget to be a chairman, forget to be secretary general. Work together. One day to get to your turn to be chairman or secretary general or to be the man in charge. And
collaborate, be the solution finder for the investors in Uganda. In Nigeria, it's not what we get. How can we help? So you go to them, how can we be of value to this project to reduce wastages and manpower? With that, and I'll say once again, thank you to the organizers, and thank you for welcoming us and making us feel at home. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. I see the room is full, which is very, very encouraging that we've come to the end of the workshop and we still have a full room. Most workshops you go to, you find that most people have left by this time. I'd like to thank all of you for keeping here with us and going through this session. Jeremy Nduru is my name. I head procurement and logistics at UNOC. And where I sit, I'm mandated to ensure that I award business to locals, to Ugandans especially. So I have a very big task on my hand. I would like to thank today the Nigerians who have come here, that's Petan, and the National Content, the Nigerian National Content Development and Monitoring Board. I think we need to clap for them for what they have shared with us today. I would like to thank Jimmy, former CEO Talo, that's what I know he has, and also Jessica, our MC. Please clap for them, Jimmy, Jessica, who have led us through this. I would like to also thank our representative, UNOC, that is Loida Chichoncho, who led us through the CEO remarks and also gave a presentation. Please clap for her. I would like to thank everyone who has made this possible. We have a number of people, the procurement team, the HR team that was here and made it possible to hold this workshop, and I think it has been a success. Please clap for them. Lastly, I would like to thank everyone who has taken off their time today to come and be with us to share their various experiences. I know there are a number of questions we haven't answered, but I believe we can keep the conversation going. This is the first step. I think with Petan and the Nigerian National Content Board, we'll be in touch more to try to ensure that we partner. Our aim is to partner with you. I believe they have also shared information where the local suppliers can partner with them. And as UNOC, we are here to support local suppliers in case you want to partner, in case you want to improve on QHSC, and various many other aspects. We're here to ensure that we support you as much as possible. They mentioned they are tier 1 now. In Uganda, we're talking about awarding contracts to tier 3, you can imagine. The Nigerians on tier 1. So there's a lot of learning we need to do to try to reach there. And I believe Jessica and the UNOC team will ensure we do that. Lastly, I would like to note a number of things which were mentioned, just highlight them. There's need to collaborate, there's need to collaborate, we need to be deliberate in what we are doing, and there's need to develop structures in the national content. And the journey that we are taking is not a sprint, this is a marathon that we are going for. So on behalf of UNOC and the organizers of this conference, I would like to wish you safe travels for those traveling back to Nigeria, for those also traveling back to UAE. I know there's a team traveling back to UAE. And those who are traveling, I would like to wish you safe travels. And I believe that this is not the last time we'll be able to meet. I would like to encourage all suppliers to keep on coming for these workshops because there's benefit that's obtained from here. So I wish you all the best. Lunch is served, and may the good Lord bless you. Thank you.
Jeremy, kindly get your coupons.